Oh no, I've interrupted the funny the Knuckles song. Anyways, hello Freezing, hello Tycon Drogo, and hello Squad Leader. Hello, welcome. I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna at least make sure I do this and this and then
No. How are you doing?
I will make sure that Lulu can now talk.
Honestly,
and now,
it's kind of
there we go. Now I can talk to you.
Squad leader, it's I haven't said yet, but it's like refreshing to see you like using actual words. I mean, I love the cat emoji. That's cute, but like seeing hello just hits different.
Seeing hello hits, words hit much differently. And hey, look, I'm not late because I turns out everything went fine. No truck breaking down or anything like that.
That's good.
Because that could have happened and then would be here much later trying to finish out Friendsim.
Oh, I started recording. So
Oh. Goody,
now
goody.
we are Yeah, I heard about that, Freezy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about that. Don't worry. We're on 16. We're starting off with me doing 2 of them, and I guess you do both of the next ones.
I guess that's how that will happen. Which means I gotta be completely the narrator for this.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. I believe in you.
Okay. You crash landed.
Get some root beer.
You crash landed on Alternia 16 long episodes ago. Sometimes you feel like you've been here forever. You had many adventures and met many Alternians, none of whom you have become your friends. But now, for some reason, you have a hunch that you're near the end of your Alternian travels. For one thing, you seem to be coming to the edge of the populated region you've been walking through all the time you've been here. For another, the intense craving that has animated you throughout your journey feels like it might be waning. It's not quite gone, but it's like a diner who stuffed himself to burst, but is still seeking that last sweet morsel that will make his meal complete. You're still on the prowl for the very sweetest morsel of friendship. Man. Is there if he say he wants to dominate you, what do? You dominate him back. That's what you do.
Oh gosh, I came back and I read that and my brain said the night turned a little froggy. And
no,
I was like, huh? Oh, what?
The night has turned foggy and you can't see far in any direction, but you seem to surrounded on every side by bare ground, hummocked and pitted almost like a weird abstract sculpture and covered with greenest moss. Based on the experiences you've had with Alternian flora, you imagine the moss is probably poisonous, acidic, explosive, or something of that nature. Suddenly a shadow looms up out of the darkness, making you jump, but it's only a leaning signpost. As you move closer, you can see the sign says, "Welcome to Happy Absence Pit Park."
Damn it.
No, Freezy, we can't. Before you can figure out what that might be, you hear a voice muttering to itself in the fog, and a sound like dirt being shoveled. Oh no, Lulu is having problems. Quiet, quiet.
Okay. All right. Sorry. It was all of a sudden that I realized I hadn't taken my medication this morning.
Remember,
medication,
Chad, to take your meds.
By medication, I generally mean like supplements, because I don't have any anything prescribed to me. But I needed the important stuff that keeps me from dying.
Remember, chat, to take your meds. Remember.
Okay. Let me just swallow a whole gob of things, and then I'll get right on to exactly what we're doing right now.
No, you know, Ticonderoga, look, you cannot be as schizo as some of the people I've seen in some VTuber threads on certain image boards.
Okay. I'm popping out your chat because I need to do that. I should have done that a minute ago, but I really scramble sometimes. I'm so sorry.
Look, sometimes that happens to me. Sometimes
it's the VTuber experience. Okay. All right. Shovel, shovel, toy in trouble. Low bloods of the world unite.
you move cautiously towards the voice until the figure of a troll emerges from the fog. He seems to be digging in hard, bare ground.
There's a tide in the affair of trolls, which, taken at the flood, leads on to the workers' paradise.
You clear your throat, and the troll turns swiftly.
Who's there? Who's there, I say?
You announce soothingly that you're just a poor, wayfaring stranger.
Not a ghost or any nonsense like that?
You confirm that you are not.
Good, because I don't believe in them. I'm a dialectical materialist. Well, if you're not a ghost, who are you?
You explained that you're a humble alien who recently, well, not recently, crashed on Alternia, and has been looking ever since for. Here you blushingly trail off into a mumble. The troll snorts and comes close to study you. His breath is not the freshest.
An alien? Well, you are the color of cheese, but it could be makeup. You could be a high blood in disguise, come to watch poor little Fozzer Valiers pursuing his humble profession of pit perturber for some unknown reason of your own.
Fozzer rubs at the exposed skin of your arm to see if the makeup will come off. It doesn't, but he's still suspicious.
A real alien would know what outer space is like. Describe outer space to me.
You describe attacking ships on the fire. You describe attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion, and watch sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tahasser Gate. You express the belief that these moments will be lost, like tears in the rain.
Lost in time.
Like these authentic depictions seem to satisfy Fozzer. He nods his head and seems to think. He doesn't appear to be a fast thinker. Frankly, he seems to have an idea. Finally, he seems to have an idea.
Do the cheese entities where you come from have a strong consciousness of class struggle?
You have no idea what he's talking about, but you're always good at guessing the right answer on multiple choice tests. You assure him that the people where you're from come from such a strong consciousness of class struggle that they use it to jack up their cars when they get flat tires. A big smile overspreads Fozzer's face, and he pumps his fist in the air.
Pleased to meet you, comrade alien. All power to the workers. I imagine that finding me performing the honest labor of the working class makes you feel right at home.
You assure him that it does.
I suppose that you wish you could share in the simple proletarian joys and sorrows of the Alternian oppressed classes.
You're not sure what proletariat means, but your sharing of joys and sorrows sounds like a hopeful prelude to friendship. So you say that you were just thinking that you would like to share that kind of joy and sorrows.
Easily done, comrade. Here, take this soil perturbation, lads. You can enter into solidarity with this Alternian working class right now. No, don't thank me. Freedom, brotherhood, and equality is my motto. Conduct your perturbations right here, if you please.
He points to where you're shoveling, and you begin shoveling there too. The moss that covers the ground is tough as leather, and the Alternian soul is rocky, hard, and unforgiving. And no surprise there, and before long you're sweating profusely, but no exertion is too great for the pursuit of friendship. Fozzer watches your labor with brotherly satisfaction.
Class solidarity is a wonderful thing, isn't it? From each according to his ability, to each according to his need. You look like a walking cheese, but your muscular development is impressive. So, just to pass the time while you labor in solidarity, what do you think of our planet? What has been your impression of it on your visit from outer space?
Oh boy. Okay.
So you were gonna, you kind of went like you were gonna say something, but you got cut off by your own needing to narrate. What were you gonna say?
I at this point in time I forgot. I forgot. It was probably something within it was probably something in chat.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I know that fucking Twitch is not going to allow me to put this poll up, is they? No, okay, that poll's okay.
Stop saying dicks or I will punch yours.
No.
See, okay, Twitch allows me to put up that poll, but if it comes to, I don't know, what was it last time? I said trash or something, and it's like, nah, son. Stop saying dicks or I'll punch you. No, Maverick. Hello, Maverick. And hello, my other accountism. And hello, TK. There we go. That's how we'll do what I need to do between these. No eggs.
It's like, you know what? You need a special perk for when you play Killer and Dead by Daylight. You need no egg. Instead of no egg.
Okay, number 2 wins. It's by far the worst place you've ever seen or heard.
Of,
well, doesn't matter. The feeling comes over you suddenly that nothing can be more important than the truth. Truth is at the foundation of all real friendship. Truth sets you free. Honesty is the best policy. So you take a deep breath and say you hope that you won't give offense, but in your opinion, Alternia is the nastiest, ugliest, cruelest, most inhospitable, and most unfair place you've ever seen or heard of in a long time of travel and study. Even the plants are bloodthirsty. Even the soul is hard and mean. You've made no friends here, but you've heard it's also possible to make friends with lions, bears, killer whales, and other wild and dangerous creatures. In fact, often here in Alternia, you felt like you've been locked in a cage with a bunch of such wild and dangerous creatures. As you talk, you've been watching Frozzer anxiously for signs of anger. You're surprised to see that, instead, he seems to be loving it.
And what do you think about our political system?
You've already put your foot in it, so you go ahead and put the other one in too. You express the opinion that a violent, rigidly stratified, insectile social structure created solely to generate soldiers for a mad project to conquer the galaxy might raise eyebrows in some quarters. You admire natural selection and survival of the fittest as much as the next person, but this is overkill on such a titanic scale. As you're speaking, Foster's smile begun to grow wider and wider, and he's shown other signs of approval, such as jumping up and down and whirling around. He pumps his fist in the air.
Forward to perfect socialism. It's so good to talk with someone who hasn't been hypnotized from regularhood with counter-revolutionary pap. Someone who sees conditions in Alternia for what they really are, who sees the evil of the High Bloods. Someone who will march in the vanguard of the workers' revolution to face unflinchingly the onslaught of the aristocracy, perhaps, nay, probably to die in a hail of bullets, but never turn their back on the people.
Oh.
Let me embrace you, comrade alien.
He does so. He's oily and smells like mossy soil and poor ooze. But this does not dampen your spirits. What better preamble for making a suggestion of friendship? Agreeing with people about politics never fails to bring friendship closer. But before you can bring it up, Fozzer, having first kissed you on both cheeks, continues.
But we mustn't allow our celebration of the people's revolution to interfere with the honest labor that ennobles us. I'm holding you back from your ticket to the workers' paradise. Please proceed with your soil perturbation. All power to the people, death to arbitrary human spectral discrimination. Forward, comrade!
He waves his hand with a flourish and you start digging again. You wonder if it would just be as revolutionary if you trade places so Fozzer could do the digging and you could do the speechifying, but you don't
Communism
wish
is the
to
very definition
disturb
of
the
failure.
perfect harmony now existing between the two of you. Instead,
we already see it. It's already separating into classes, the worker and the speech man.
Instead, you use your little available breath to inquire what all this soul perturbation is in aid of.
Why, a coal pit, of course. Didn't you see the sign? This is the Happy Absence Pit Park. Fozzer Velia's proprietor. Alternia's reactionary tradition is just to put
Communism is a temporary setback on the road to
coal
freedom.
pits anywhere without a second thought. But our revolutionary future demands that we have more respect for the dead. So I've created this wonderful innovation, the Pit Park. There's a clown concert being held not far from here, so I anticipate a brisk demand shortly. Best to be ready for these things. Having a lot of dead clowns lying around, rotting on the property is unpleasant, not to mention unsanitary. Get them underground
Democracy
pronto
will
is
never be
our
defeated.
motto here at the Happy Absence Pit Park.
You're wondering privately whether a little class solidarity couldn't be extended to Purple Bloods, remembering your dear friend Pura, when Fozzer seems to give a jump.
No, that is not ghosts.
Grateful for an audience to, grateful for an excuse to stop digging, you turn to lean and look in the direction of Fozzer staring, leaning on your soul perturbation lance. You don't see anything but fog. You ask what is not ghost.
Nothing is. I'm a dialectical materialist, and if any ghosts come around the Happy Absence Pit Park, they should be aware that I don't believe in them, so they might as well go somewhere else.
You confess that you don't see anything but foggy darkness and the humped and pitted ground, where you now guess piles of cold Alternians' exoskeletons are buried in the coal pits.
You don't see any ghosts there, because there's no such thing. What? The past few nights, I thought I saw beams of light shining up from the ground. Almost as if, metaphorically of course, some of the exoskeletons in the coal pit had gotten hold of some flashlights and were shining up through chinks in the soil. Look, there it is again!
This time you see it, a column of light that flashes through the fog and is gone, seeming to come from a crack in the ground, which briefly illuminates in blinding white light. Fascinated, you move towards the crack, which is now dark and invisible again.
What are you doing?
You look at Fozzer in surprise. He seems terrified. You ask tactfully whether he doesn't think you ought to see what that is. For example, it could be some infrastructure malfunction that could blow the Happy Absence Pit Park and all of its inhabitants, living and dead, sky high. You're not even sure they have infrastructure in Alternia, but one cannot be too careful.
Well, maybe you're right. We are fearless revolutionary cadres, after all.
You can hear his teeth chattering. You move towards where you think the flash came from. Fozzer close behind you, peering over your shoulder. You can't help wondering where he'll be when the vanguard of his revolution is braving hails of bullets. The vanguard of his revolution is braving hails of bullets. You very much hope that his revolution, if it ever comes, won't happen while you're around. Just then, a whole series of light flashes silently up for the ground. Making columns through the fog. Fozzer jumps and howls behind you.
Non-existent.
You tell him there's undoubtedly a logical explanation, though you have to admit that you have a weird feeling just now when the lights appeared, like a momentary dizziness or feeling of discontinuity. But you're more curious than ever now. Murmuring comforting things to Father, you start digging right where the lights you just saw came from. Then it's weird, because you break through some kind of thin crust, as if the soul is in that particular place is just a few inches thick over a brittle surface that you shovel right goes through right through like old pottery. You wonder whether you inadvertently dug into an old coal pit, but what would that bright light be doing coming out of an old coal pit? And in some weird way, it doesn't feel like a coal pit. It feels like something metaphysical, like reality itself is particularly thin right in that spot, and you've broken through the very fabric of it with your soul perturbation lance. You dig around the edge of the hole, enlarging it until it's about a foot wide. The darkness within makes the darkness of Alternian night seem bright in comparison. It's so dark that the soul falling into it and the part of your soul perturbation lance poking into it seem to vanish completely, as if on the other side of that hole reality itself gives out. You and Foster stare curiously down into this hole. Suddenly a blinding but strangely blank light bursts out of the hole into your faces, and at the same time there's a deafening sound, which seems to vibrate the very framework of reality, like a giant needle scratching a giant record. You're standing in the foggy night holding a soul perturbation lance that has been handed to you by Father Velis. He points to you where he's just been digging, and you begin digging in the same place. The moss that covers the ground is tough as leather, and the Alternian soul is rocky, hard, and unforgiving. No surprises there, and before long you're sweating profusely. But you feel strange, like you were just standing somewhere else, doing something else, seeing something else. The after images of a blinding light and a deafening sound seem to linger in your eyes and ears, but around you is nothing but dark fog and bare ground humped and pitted. You must have had a dizzy spell. You shake it off and begin perturbing the soil. No exertion is too great for the pursuit of friendship, after all. Father watches you with satisfaction.
Honest work is a wonderful thing. Oh, hail the old regime, eh? You look like a walking cheese, but your muscular development is impressive. What do you think of our planet? What has been your impression of it on your visit?
Oh, hey. New poll. Our first poll of the night.
Yes, atomic sunrise. What are we holding on a minute there for?
There we go. I hope y'all enjoyed this poll's question. What are you talking about, Freezy? This is not the first time this has happened. Wait, this is the first time this has happened.
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is the first time this happened.
Yeah.
You all right?
I don't know. My model's been glitching out as of late.
Strange.
Weird. I know.
Well, honesty is the best medicine, they say.
Yeah. Seems like we're going for number 2.
That's because I voted 3 times and nobody else is voting.
Wow, motherfuckers ain't voting. Jesus Christ.
I always try to vote just a little bit more than once to try and get people to do votes, but
oh well.
Man, they
The
just
feeling comes over you suddenly that nothing can be more important than the truth. Truth is at the foundation of all real friendship. Truth sets you free. Honesty is the best policy. So you take a deep breath and you say that you hope you won't give offense. But in your opinion, Alternia is the nastiest, ugliest, cruelest, most inhospitable, and most unfair place you've ever seen or heard in a long life of travel and study. Even the plants are bloodthirsty. Even the soul is hard and mean. You made some, many, no friends here, but you've heard it's also possible to make friends with lions, bears, killer whales, and other wild and dangerous creatures. In fact, sometimes here on Alternia, you felt like that you've been locked in a cage with such a bunch of wild and dangerous creatures.
Hey,
No doubt you could have anticipated that blunt honesty like this would give offense, and it seems like it's done so. As you finish your remarks, Fozzer is frowning darkly.
So, you've come to Alternia as an uninvited guest, only to criticize and judge our civilization, eh?
No!
You know enough about our society, our billions of years of evolution, and our painstaking rise from mud-dwelling insectile ancestors, the political and sociological theories of our statesmen, philosophers, and scientists, to make those judgments, do you?
Well...
No doubt, you've done studies establishing what would happen if the hemispectrum groups were placed in different relations to one another. If, for example, rust bloods were the highest group and fuchsia bloods the lowest.
Well, no, but...
I suppose your planet is so similar to Alternia that you have a firm basis on which to apply your preconceptions to us.
Not at all, but...
And surely your aliens are similar enough biologically and psychologically to trolls to know how we feel about our own society.
You suck.
I thought not. I guessed from the very first that you were nothing but a dilettante, faux socialist, pseudo-intellectual, spouting your ivory tower theories without the least idea what you were talking about. Well, smarty pants alien, I suggest that you take your cheese-like person and your theories home to your own planet. It won't be long before her most high imperial condescension conquers your arm of the galaxy so that we Alternians can return the favor by standing in judgment over your society and politics. In the meantime, I bid you good Siderium.
And with that, Fozzer Velis seizes his soil perturbation lance, as well as your hopes and dreams, and stalks off into the foggy night. Well, Not sure what happened there.
Didn't see things going that way.
Come on, okay. I guess we can go for the... You know what, let's go for option 1. As a guest, it's only polite to say nice things about your host's home planet. Besides, meeting Fozzer has stoked your desire for a sweet friendship morsel, and a little praise and flattery often goes a long way to make people like you. So with a little breath, with the little breath you have to spare from your digging, you tell Fozzer that you found Alternian most interesting. The fierce rush of life here induces a salutary wakefulness, and boredom... Salutary, yeah. And boredom is virtually unknown. Also, the social structure arising from the hemispectrum and the multi-dimensional relationship matrix is very unusual, producing a fascinating array of possible interactions among people. You're looking forward to the day when you can tell your grandchildren about it. But Fozzer doesn't look as pleased as you hoped.
So you find Alternia agrees with you?
Oh yes, very much, you pant.
You find it interesting and fascinating?
Definitely.
To you, the spectacle of those who happen to have been born with certain blood colors exploiting and oppressing those who have not is just a picturesque detail.
Well, you wouldn't go so far as so...
You find nothing objectionable in a society where the strong kill the weak at will based on nothing more than the color of a bodily fluid, where the upper classes see the lower as little more than inanimate objects whose only purpose is to serve them, where the whole corrupt society is structured solely to breed cannon fodder for a psychotic empress's mad plan to conquer the entire galaxy, more peoples to oppress.
That certainly wasn't what you...
While the streets run with rust orange and gold blood, you stand unconcernedly and remark how interesting and fascinating Alternia is. Well, while the fish people and their bluish lackeys strike the pap from the mouths of low-blood wrigglers, you smile pleasantly and remark how unusual Alternia is.
Certainly not, but one can't judge other cultures by one's own...
Oh, you can't dodge your class responsibility that way, you cur. You so-called intellectuals try to hide your fawning civility to the bosses by pretending to view society objectively, without moral judgments, when all the time you're simply crypto-imperialist lapdogs.
But
And you come to the Happy Absence Pit Park, pretending solidarity with the oppressed. Pshaw! I see now that you're nothing but a cat's paw of the oppressor class. Nothing but a cheese-colored Judas Iscariot sent as a spy. Traitor, bootlicker, sycophant, murderer, monopolist, profiteer, slave trader, cannibal, parasite, technocrat, gangster, ectoplasm.
Yeah,
no,
troll Judas.
no. You try to object, and Bafazza seizes the shovel from you and turns away.
Turncoat, knock, double crosser, weasel, hijacker, vulture, Visigoth, breathalyzer.
You're just saying words. You watch his back recede into the fog, your heart sinking with the wreck of your hopes and dreams for friendship. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same screen.
No, that one's different. Remember the other one, he was flipping you off.
Ah. Oops.
But that one, he was just walking away.
Alright. So I guess we'll try for a good end with communist but not communist. Okay, worst place.
There's certainly something going on here. Something, some flash of something.
As a guest, it's only polite to say nice things about your host's home planet. Besides
Like a
meeting
record
Foster.
skipping.
Yeah, like a scratch. Wait. Anyways, besides, meeting Foster has stoked your desire for sweet friendship morsel, and a little praise and flattery often goes a long way to make people like you. So with a little breath you have to spare from your digging, you tell Foster that you found Alternia most interesting. The fierce rush of life here induces a solitary wakefulness, and boredom is virtually unknown. Also, the social structure arising from the hemospectrum and multidimensional relationship matrix is very unusual, producing a fascinating array of possible interactions among people. You're looking forward to the day when you can tell your grandchildren about it. As you're speaking, a satisfied smile overspreads Foster's face.
I'm glad you recognize the nobility of our ancient society with its orderly hierarchy and naturally evolved degrees of privilege, reflecting naturally evolved degrees of ability.
You're pleased that your words have met with approval, but you're still a little troubled. You've had an odd deja vu sensation that this whole exchange could have gone quite differently. Maybe even did go quite differently sometime in the past, or in some parallel universe. You inquire timidly whether the total domination of lower bloods by the higher Alternia doesn't sometimes feel like oppression?
Never! I myself am only a rust blood, so I lack the privileges of the higher bloods. But the most important thing for a society is that everyone should be in their appointed place and do the things they're suited for. If all the passengers in a rowboat keep their seats and row in the same direction, the boat will quickly reach its destination. But if the passengers all jump up and start running around and grabbing the other's oars, the boat will capsize and all will be lost.
You remark diplomatically that Alternia isn't a rowboat rowing towards a destination.
You're wrong. A planet is very much like a rowboat, advancing through the black water of space. And as for our destination, all of us on Alternia aim at but a single goal every hour of every day: to serve her most high imperial condescension in conquering her glorious galaxy-wide empire. Long live the Empress!
Well, you suppose the sense of being part of something larger than yourselves makes up for a lot.
It does!
And naturally, evolved systems are almost always more robust than artificially designed ones.
They are!
And it's true that Alternian social structure does bring with it some semblance of order to a collection of 12 disparate troll subtypes. Disparate troll subtypes.
It is!
also beams at you fondly. There's nothing that warms the heart like someone who thinks you're right above everything.
It's so wonderful to find someone, even someone who looks like a piece of cheese, who's so intelligent and understands society and politics so perfectly. Finally, a true friend.
Cool. Cool. Shut up.
That's just what socialists sound like after they win. When they agree with the establishment.
Okay, we can move past the socialist though.
It's pretty quick. It was brief and nice.
Yeah, you find yourself ambling down the road without any particular destination in mind. It seems like you don't have much active searching to land yourself in varying combinations of adventure and or disaster. What will the what will the vicissitudes of fate next lead you? Why big word? Why not small word? Small word good.
To keep a little variety, you know?
Who knows?
So that everything doesn't sound the same. But also it's different writers, so they probably have different styles and different vocabularies, and they like to show how different their writing is. It all feels tonally the same, which is nice, but you can tell that like some of them are more wordy.
Who knows? You walk for a while like that. You've just about lost all hope of running into a wacky contrivance when your palm host lights up with the delightful and or foreboding sound of friendship. Someone is calling you.
I do want to say, this particular character, this route, this one was written with people playing it for videos and on streams.
You're less excited to see that the person who happens to be calling you is Zebra. It's not like you dislike Zebra. It's just that you might struggle to rank him above literally any other troll you've met, including the yellow guy who loves genocide.
Guy who loves genocide.
But you're not one to leave a friend hanging. You dutifully answer the call.
Ah, my good friend, you picked up. Awfully quickly, I might add.
Yeah, you just love friendship. You ask Zebra why he's calling.
Do I need a reason to call? Is the thrill of dialectical repast not cause enough to make social contact with one of my dearest adversaries / friend, or maybe more, depending on whatever you feel comfortable with, and interested in a given point in time?
You have no idea how to even respond to that.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you. I stand to incur material gain from your association. I need you to stay right where you are.
Well, what are you gonna do? Hang up? You stand right where you are and stay on the line. You ask Zebra you ask what Zebra is up to, but he won't say. Tells you he needs to concentrate. Eventually, you notice a strange shape resolving in the distance down the road, drawing nearer slowly but steadily. After a while longer of waiting, the figure in the distance grows closer for you to tell that it's Zebra. Oh, that's you say. It looks like he's riding on some kind of incredibly cursed hover Segway.
Yeah, I'm coming, sweetie.
You would say it takes maybe 15 minutes or so for him to make it the entire way over on his hover scoot.
There you are. Impressed by my new ride?
Oh yeah, you say. You're very impressed.
I knew you would be. I brought it out because tonight is a very special night. Or it will be if you'd be so kind as to make me the happiest troll on Alternia.
Is he like proposing to you?
What?
Never mind. You ask him what he's vague blogging about.
What indeed? The real question of what are you doing this evening?
Well, it's not like you've ever had any plans to do anything besides stupidly bumble into one ludicrous boondoggle after another. Seems like whatever he's alluding to inviting you to probably fits a bill of being included in a long itinerary of unspecified dumbass bullshit you are bound to get embroiled in anyway.
Fantastic. Well, it just so happens that I managed to get my hands on 2 tickets to Clownfest Rex. And I thought, who better to take along than my dearest alien associate of unspecified nature?
You had no idea what Clownfest Rex is, but it's not off to a good start with that name.
Oh, I should have known you wouldn't be familiar with it. It's a little sophisticated for an off-world reprobate such as yourself. It's a musical festival centered around purple blood performers. Now, normally I wouldn't trifle with high blood entertainment, disgustingly oppressive as it is. But when you think about it, aren't clowns the most disprivileged class of them all?
Yes. You don't ask him to explain what he means by that, because everyone would be really angry reading it.
Oh, but it's true though.
Clowns are.
Clowns are the most disprivileged socioeconomic class of them all. Hands down. And the reasons why that is true would make everyone in chat angry just hearing it.
Okay, so if I do three, it's fine. Also, hello, Apollon. See, if I have 3 asterisks, it doesn't matter what that F-ing is about.
Clown effing?
Yeah. Hello, Sean.
I love clown effing. Hey, Shawnee Mon, how's it going? Also, I feel like my zebra voice got sleazier.
I mean, isn't that the point? It should be like the most sleaziest thing in the world.
True. I've been practicing talking to all my Discord kittens.
Oh no. Well, hopefully you get enough rest, Sean. Okay, I guess we're going with number 2. Find something else to do that sounds less fucking awful. Well, you can't say that the invitation isn't tempting. Going to a writhing gathering of violent jesters certainly sounds like a recipe for a stimulating time, but what if you didn't throw yourself blindly into obvious peril for once in your incredibly painful life? Pass.
Gasp. Oh.
Zebra sighs heavily. He looks completely destroyed. Despite yourself, you feel a pang of guilt in your chest.
I see. I guess that's fine. I'll just have to find someone else to facilitate my brush with greatness.
What is that supposed to mean? You don't bother to ask. When you don't give in to his obvious guilting either, Zebra seems to accept his fate.
Sigh. Whatever. I can't believe I came all the way here on my hover scoot just to be callously rejected like this. But I guess I'll see you around, hotcakes.
Zebra powers back up his little scooter, gearing up to go. But when he tries to lean back so the machine will start heaving in reverse, something is wrong. The scooter just won't move. No matter how many times he slaps the control panel on the handlebars, you ask if it's broken.
What? No, it can't be. It's brand new. It was just working a minute ago. Maybe I'm on the wrong mode.
Zebra hammers the buttons on the control panel for a bit, with no luck.
Damn. Maybe it is the motors.
So Zebra tries to leaning forward to check it out. That's not the problem at all. In fact, as soon as he pushes away against the control stick, the scooter surges forward. It collides with your frail human body, knocking you to the ground, and there's too much momentum in the motion for Zebra to stop there. The jets underneath the scooter rake over your pummeled body, incinerating you and killing you instantly.
Jeez.
Well, fuck, okay. Okay, clown fucking is the way to go. I'm sorry, everybody.
Looks like we're about to fuck some clown.
Wait, wrong one. Wrong one.
No!
Was it? Oh, probably.
Yeah, it was wrong one. Main menu. We're getting to the point where, well,
You're an adult, Freezy. You can deal.
yeah. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Boom. All right, agree to toss your meaty moral body. Really, moral, not mortal. Well,
It must have been a typo.
moral body into a clown pit to get moshed to death or whatever.
You know, thinking about it, like really thinking about it,
Mhm.
if I were to make a game on fucking Ren'Py,
Mhm.
I wouldn't want to go back and correct all the spelling mistakes either. It's all code.
Yep.
It's literally 100% code. That would be like trying to find needles in a haystack. Yeah, fuck that. I knew you'd be there for me. All right, let's go.
Zebra invites you to hop on the back of his scooter so you can head over to Clownfest. You say you're not sure this is the most effective avenue of locomotion. Zebra tells you it's all the rage and not to be a little bitch about it.
It's all the rage. Don't be a little bitch about it. So, let me tell you a little about my plans for the night.
It feels like the scooter is going even slower than it was when he arrived, now that it's struggling under the weight of 2 people.
You see, my favorite rhyme juggler on the planet is gonna be there tonight. His name is Marvis Zoloto. You might have heard of him. He's pretty famous.
You said you never heard of him because you're an alien.
Oh, right. Well, he's only the best in all of Eternia. He came up a few sweeps back when he won first place on Slam or Get Cold. Oh, please tell me you know about Slam or Get Cold.
You don't know about Slam or Get Cold.
Well, it's a bi-sweeply reality program where aspiring slam poets create or compete to prove who has what it takes. It's really cutthroat stuff.
I thought it was called something else.
Huh?
The slam poetry.
Okay, it depends on where you are on the hemispectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Higher on the hemispectrum, people stop calling things ridiculous troll names for things. Like if you're a violet, you don't refer to a fridge as the fucking the meal cooler or something, or whatever the fuck they refer to it. High bloods just say the fridge.
Okay.
I mean, I think there are at least 5 decapitations a season. The competition is about skill, no matter the blood color of who is competing. The troll who wins is the troll who has the nastiest flow and the dopest bars. Everyone has an equal shot. I mean, sure, High Blood has won every season to date, but it's basic biology that clowns are better at rhyming than everyone else. Even if High Bloods were Low Bloods, that would still be true. That's equality.
Yeah, it makes sense. You think this is really progressive stuff he's saying? Where could he have possibly gotten so educated and smart?
Oh, you flatter me. Anyway, as you know, I am deeply connected in the music industry. But because of oppressive hemispectrum systems, I'm afraid I'm only truly afforded downward mobility. The clown sphere is a really insular, close-knit community. But with the right hustle, I'm gonna break that glass ceiling. Marvis is the perfect troll to bring me into the fold.
You say this guy sounds pretty brutal. Are you sure you want to actually meet this clown?
What, Marvis? Ha! I mean, sure, he does what he needs to survive in a rigidly ossified power system that could never be truly dismantled by the actions of a single individual. But that doesn't mean that he supports it. Contrary to what you might think, Marvis is a spectacularly subversive figure in the industry. If you listen to his music, really listen, you'll hear some borderline revolutionary stuff. I think he'd tear it all down if he could. I might have mentioned it, but being a clown is kind of woke. That's why I've always wanted to probe that think pan of his, really get to the bottom of his radical praxis, and help spread his message of social reform to the masses. And you're gonna help me do it.
After 4 hours of scooting and one excruciatingly detailed, unbroken account of the events of the past 3 seasons of Slam and Get Cold, you arrive at Clown Fest Rex.
I mean, I guess it's X-Rex, but you know.
Triple X Rex.
Or Triple Rex.
Clownfest feels more like a circus than your idea of a music festival. In the distance is a wide open field dotted with disorganized masses of people, all gathered before a nightmarish stage you presume to be the site of the evening's main event. The entrance to the festival grounds opens up into something of a parking lot, filled with whimsical tents and people selling various snacks and refreshments. You see a clown juggling what looks to be like 7 hot dogs. Absolutely ghoulish. You're glad Damon isn't here to see this. Deborah brings you up to the gates, flashes your tickets, and gets you wristbanded and admitted to the festival grounds. Seems like there's still some time before the performance is slated to start. There are some spectators already gathered in the field, but those more privileged broadcasts are lined up around the tents in the lot to buy food and merchandise. While you walk around the festival grounds, you ask Zebra what exactly he has planned. What could you possibly do to get him in the good with the clowns? Zebra takes it as an invitation to whisper conspiratorially into your ear. His breath is hot and heavy against your hearing canal.
Here's the plan, my sweet little rust drop. We get in, wait for the show to start. And then, when Marvis comes onto the stage, really gets into his act, you're going to jump the barricade and rush the stage. Or at least, you're going to try. Of course, I'm going to stop you. I'll tackle you before you make it to the stage, and I'll kill you right in front of Marvis and everybody. Oh, calm down. I'm trying to tear down the stereotypes that lowbloods are all simple-minded dullards, and you aren't doing your people any favors by reinforcing the cause for prejudice. Obviously, I'm not going to really kill you. You'll simply pretend to play dead after I've heroically foiled your black designs on Marvis. My actions will firmly place me within Marvis's Ashen Quadrant, and he'll have no choice but to recognize me. And then the clowns will see what a hero I am, and praise me, and bring me backstage to reward me. It's really a flawless plan, my dear. If you just do what you're told, nothing will go wrong.
Before you can proffer any critique of this caper, the jovial clamor of chatting and revelry surrounding you is pierced by a rising chorus of blood-curdling shrieks. You whip around to ascertain the source of the dreadful sound, but it becomes quickly apparent that those were not screams of pain at all. You know what's up when Zebra joins in with the ear-splitting squeals.
That's him!
It's the man of the hour himself. An expensively dressed juggalo is making his way through the crowd, flanked by a robust team of hulking indigo bloods. Every aspect of him telegraphs unimaginable celebrity. The purposefully disheveled yet fashionably fit of his clothes, the swagger of his step, the 10-man camera crew trailing behind him. He walks with measured poise despite the chaos rising around him. Dozens and dozens of young trolls are flinging themselves at his entourage without any apparent concern for their own safety. The bodyguards are roundhouse kicking the eager teens to the ground left and right, like a bloody blender of adolescent aliens. It's pure carnage.
He really knows how to draw a crowd, doesn't he? Ah.
A minute ago, it was tough to truly grasp the hype, but after seeing him in person, you don't know what it is, but this swaggy clown has an undeniable gravitas that commands the attention of everyone around him. It's impossible to look anywhere else. Even the Alternian moonlight seems to endeavor to glint off his golden accoutrement twice as bright. But he's gone just as quickly as he arrived, up to the festival stage to set up his act. He leaves a bloody void in his wake. Zebra is bouncing on the balls of his feet, following the encounter. He clearly can't wait to get up to the pit and up into the pit. And to be honest, neither can you. What is it about a good clown that's so utterly irresistible? I ask myself that every night. Zebra takes you up to the field spread out before the stage. There are already thousands of trolls already standing around, ready for the show to start. And don't bonk me. From the looks of the crowds in the back breaking down their tents, there has been Rustbloods camping out for days to secure their spots. But even then, those hard-won locations are much further to the back than where Zebra is leading you. There aren't many high bloods here by comparison, so Zebra is able to take you to walk right in. Most will pass all the ceruleans and grab a spot by the barricade, maybe 5 minutes to spare before the show starts. There are some roadies up ahead, up on the stage now, dashing around to finalize all the equipment arrangements.
Oh shoot. Did you remember to bring your concert diaper?
Excuse you? Zebra turns to you with wide eyes. You're awfully close together now, boxed in by the swell of trolls pushing your bodies closer and closer to the stage.
You know, your concert diaper.
You don't actually know. You don't have a single clue about your concert diaper. You asked him if he's wearing his concert diaper. He passed the front of his pants, which you notice are looking a bit plumper than usual.
Of course. You can't just come to one of these things without your concert diaper. Things in the pit can get pretty intense, bro, and you can't leave to use the load gaper after it starts.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I think we should stop for tonight. No stream tomorrow. Saturday's the board. Oh no.
No.
Man,
you're really gonna regret not bringing your concert diaper. So is everyone around us. Ugh.
Before you can even attempt to formulate a response to that, the crowd breaks into thunderous cheering. Your heart skips a beat as you look up, but of course...
Did you bring your concert diapers?
Shut up.
I hope you brought your concert diapers.
But of course, the clown who's clambering up to the center of the stage isn't him. Marvis is clearly too hot to blow on the first act. All the same, people really fired up over this raggedy juggalo. He seems to be like a serviceable clown, you suppose. He got enough gold chains and is reasonably swaggy. He gets bumping, drops a few bars. It's fine, you guess, but he's not your clown. You know the moment you laid eyes on Marvis that he was the only clown your heart would ever be able to see again. Zebra leans into your ear and has a yell to be heard over the sounds of the music and the crowd.
I've never much liked Rapsta Slamsy's work, to be honest. Sure, the beats are produced well, but he has a very insipid sense of lyricism. Triz is clam this, Triz is indefatigable military might that. We get it, you want to harpoon the Harris. Who doesn't, honestly? We don't need to hear about it all day.
A solid 15 minutes of mildly provocative slams later, and old Slamsies is slinking off backstage. As soon as he's gone, a new jester takes the floor. If you wanted to get into the music, it proves difficult. Every new act they bring onto the stage is immediately followed by a hollering earful of Zebra's scathing critiques. You wonder why he's so fixated on getting in good with this gaggle of urban farciers? Farciers. Fucking French word. If he thinks so little of their technical and artistic merits to begin with. As you stand lean sweatily against the barricade, you're starting to wonder if it's all worth it. Could the sight of a single rapping man really outweigh all the physical and psychic agony of waiting and standing and stewing in the heat of the pit? Would you have just endured nearly 3,000 words of hanging out with Zebra for something that will ultimately let you down? But as the penultimate clown trundles off the set, the taste of air changes, the lights on the stage go dark, the booming sound system goes quiet, and a tremendous hush falls over the crowd. Tremulous hush. You feel your heart stop in the silence. You've known down into your bones that this is the moment that you've been waiting for. From Seedrella to Rustblood, nobody moves. The sound of his light footsteps against the darkened stage can only be audible to someone as close as you. The anticipation swallows you whole. When the floodlights snap back on and illuminate his astounding figure center stage, you feel it. Though yet of modest stature, the lanky juggalo has the presence of a man 1,000,000 feet tall. He radiates a power, the likes of him you've never felt before. You feel him inside of you intimately, religiously, undeniably.
No,
yet,
indelibly.
Indelibly. Yes, this is it. This is your clown. Then he opens his mouth to utter what feels like the most important words you've ever heard in your life.
Hey.
All hell breaks loose. Everyone is screaming around you. You grip tight on the barricade as you stand up at him. Stare at him. Glowing, messianic, arms outstretched to drink in the zealous fervor of the crowd, all incited by a single, incredibly powerful word. Hey. God, you'll never forget it.
What up, guys? Hello. You jugs ready to cook?
You can't help it. You start screaming. You're so fucking ready.
Nah, these buddies be baking beans. Jeez. Any of y'all forget your concert diapers, cause it's rank out there.
You feel racked by shame. How could you forget your concert diaper? You'll never be so foolish again.
But it's aight. I'ma freshen things up, you hear me?
Zebra takes hold of your hand and squeezes it tight. You appreciate the gesture.
God, he's so fucking beautiful.
You understand. You feel deeply, utterly devastated to know how far out of your grasp he is. Why would a man like that ever look at you? There's no way someone so tremendous, so magnificent, so extravagant would waste his time offering his friendship to someone as insignificant as you. But as desolating as the feeling may be, you aren't ready to put him out of your life just yet. Maybe there are other ways you can be close to him. Listen to his music, follow him wherever he goes, dedicate your life to him. You want to know everything about him that you can. Maybe in this way you can honor him, befriend him in your own heart, if not his. Is a love one-sided any less beautiful? When the music at last starts to blast through the speakers, you ascend. The pain in your legs and back disappears. You feel nothing but streaming euphoria. You thank the forces of serendipity for guiding you to this glorious epiphany of this beautiful singularity. This shows nothing to scoff at either. You, a highly discerning individual known to frequently make posts online regarding the quality of rap and whether or not those who purport to possess such an ability do in fact have the requisite bars, are fully blown away by the act. It's some really good stuff. He's really just going in hard and hot with those raps. Not the intensity is the sole barometric of quality of hip-hop. The fire that Marvis is dropping is a broad contemporary performance that would equally satisfy any aficionado of relevant subgenre. Not a single thing about him is even slightly racist. You really starting to get into the zone when Zebra starts to scream in your ear again. You are already going deaf from the concert as it was.
I think it's about time to get this show on the road, don't you?
Oh, fuck. Nah. All right, here you go. Probably because Pulpus. If someone comes in and I actually thought he would be more like Michael Jackson. There's just something about how, I mean, I know all clowns have that grizzled voice, but there's something about.
I mean, that is more of a headcanon, but I do like to think that they all. I think that they like let's assume a clown had a high voice. I think they'd sound something a bit like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They sound like clowns.
I know.
They sound a little bit wild and untamed. So exactly. God, imagine if I gave Marvis that voice. You jugs ready to rock?
Also, I decided to go look at your chat. Hello, Cuban. I see you in Lulu's chat saying that I'm dyslexic. I might be. I know my youngest brother is.
Okay.
Also, hello, Cuban over here too, because he just she just voted for number 2. No fucking way.
Damn. Holy shit.
No fucking way. Are you kidding, you say? There's no way you're going to vault over that barricade and try to make an attempt on Marvis's life. Fake or not. For one thing, that plan is so fucking stupid, and you immediately die. Second of all, Marvis is a beautiful artist with the soul of a true poet, and you're not going to help anyone attempt to exploit his celebrity for selfish purposes. You conclusively inform Zebra that he will have to find someone else to help him hoodwink Sweet Marvis.
What's that? I can't hear you over all the incredibly vicious and beautiful rapping.
You tell Zebra that you're not doing it, and you just want to listen to the rest of the concert and enjoy yourself. Zebra seems horribly taken aback.
What? What? I thought we were friends.
You reassure Zebra that you are friends, but forming a friendship doesn't necessarily require one to embark on a ludicrous suicide pact in order to socially hornswoggle a rhythmically gifted Mary Andrew. You're hardly Thelma and Louise. Get real. You tell Zebra he needs to find someone else to help him get cozy up to the clown's inner circle. Zebra harumphs, offended, and decides to go. He starts to push away through the crowd down the length of the barricade. And with that, you're free to turn your gaze back to his mirthful eminence and embrace the new piece you have found in his artwork. Also, he has the exact same problem that Zebra does. He's bouncing up and down with no connection down at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
But Marvis only keeps distributing dope, and the crowd only gets rowdier. Before you know it, you find yourself being wrenched into a writhing mass, jostled about and subsumed by the transcendent power of the music. Your pitiful little body becomes nothing but a note in the wicked symphony, a raindrop washed away in the rapids. Some time ago, you might have accepted your fate here and allowed yourself to be trampled by the mob, but you have something to live for now. Even as you feel yourself begin to physically break, those 6 beats tether you spiritually to the mortal world. His ruthless bars cut through the heat and the sweat and the stench of piss and meat, drawing you like a sailor to the siren's song. Not even death could wrench you free from his grasp. In spite of the odds, you manage to muscle your way back to the fore. You exit the mosh pit in a shattered mess, bruised, battered, and broken, hanging on only by a most tenuous of threads. As you look around you, you get a glimpse of your fate. You are surrounded on all sides by trolls who have collapsed and been trampled dead, faces frozen in a rictus of ecstasy. Given how lightheaded you feel, you aren't long for this world either, but you can carry on a bit further. For him. Wow, he's really something else, said Marvis, you think, as your wasted body slumps against the barricade. It's all you can do to lift your weak head and stare up at him, drinking up his boundless audiovisual wonder as your vision starts to blur and your consciousness begins to fade. You jerk back to your senses when you feel something splashing over your face. Dick.
Are you sure that he was cut off? Because he's got the biggest sprite in the game.
No, he was cut off in that one spot when he's bouncing up and down. Like, I even made a point to showcase with the mouse. You cast around widely for the source of the water. To your disbelief, you see there was Marvis. He's standing at the edge of the stage, gyrating his hips to the choreography as he looks down at you in concern. It's like staring into the groin of an angel. He waits for a break in his verse to cover his mic and mouth to you.
Yo, buddy, you aight?
You can't believe how gracious he is. To see a humble fan such as yourself in pain and stop to make sure you're okay. Is this all real? Or have you passed on to heaven after all? Your gaze tracks up from his well-proportioned crotch to the generous view offered by the plunging neckline of his shirt. You're all right now. You've never been more right in your life. Marvis jumps off the stage in that impassable purgatory that separates it from the pit, the gods from the mortals, and makes his way over to you. He stretches out his hands.
Hey, babe. Wanna dance?
Your broken bones are no obstacle. Instinct propels you over the barricade and into his arms. He catches you like you've both been waiting your entire lives for this moment. You've never felt more warm or safe. He scoops you up with his incredible strength and carries you back onto stage. Marvis is talking into his mic again, so his words reverberate through the entire field.
Look what we got here. Seems like a fucking low blood cut to the front of the line, my friends. Law.
The remainder of the crowd that's still conscious boos viciously. What's happening? Oh, you're clearly bleeding red from being stomped in the fucking face several times in the mosh pit, and in the murky light of the stage, it looks awfully burgundy.
Someone's been naughty.
Yes, you've been so naughty, you say into the mic.
No remorse. For damn shame.
The crowd jeers.
Well, we clearly got a criminal in our damn hands. What do you think I should do with him? Any opinions?
The response is disjointed, but still functionally unanimous. Amidst the clamor, one word keeps ringing out clearly. Kill, 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 kill.
Wow. Y'all want me to kill him? Shit, that's brutal. Well, I ain't want to let down my fans, you hear me? Justice be fucking done, my merry men. What better way to cap off a wicked night than with a little gutter blood shower, lol.
Well, you're hardly qualified to question Marvis's judgment. If what he wants is to publicly execute you in front of a crowd of his adoring fans, you guess that's just how it has to be. You surrender completely as Marvis directs the stagehands to help him erect some sort of makeshift crucifix. You don't struggle as he carries you over and ties you up, suspended above the crowd. All the spotlights shine on you, burning hot. The audience's rapturous screams deafen you. But all you can see is Marvis approaching you, ringed in otherworldly light. His back is to the crowd, so you're the only one who can see his face like this. Intense, focused, merciless. A gaze meant only for you. You've never felt more special. He steps up to you face to face. You stare into his eyes, enthralled. Such clear eyes, so potent and beautiful. Your only regret is that you can't gaze into them for longer. Marvis takes a hold of his cane and in a fluid motion draws out the rapier sharp blade, hidden blade. The metal glints 1,000 colors in the light of the stage. You're almost as awesome as he is. You hope that he strikes true. Yours will be a magnificent death. But then he winks. A fleeting moment of understanding passes between you. Could it be that Marvis is the friend you've been searching for after all? Oh, is it a fool's flight of fancy to dream so? He draws in close, rearing up as it strike. As he raises his blade, his jacket lifts up too, exposing his vulnerable clown pit. If you lean in just now, maybe, just maybe you could. Oh my god, fuck off.
Well, looks like it's up in chat. Also, I apologize. I may have chased Freezy off, but perhaps for Freezy's betterment, because I don't think Freezy's going to be very happy here for a while. Because we are getting down with the clown, and Freezy is not about that.
Hey guys, do you guys like lightning? 1 or 2?
Do you like lightning?
Yeah, lightning from the Final Fantasy 13. There are motherfuckers who really love her pits.
Oh boy.
Somebody pointed out that Digital Foundry in like one of their newest videos, where it's like comparing like some of the screenshots, use fucking Lightning's armpits. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, why would you do that? Here's Lightning's pits rendered in the retail release versus the 2008 trailer. Cuban, Jesus Christ.
It's not even just Cuban. That was 100%.
Yeah,
everyone
at least
who voted for that.
God, it's on screen. Everybody sees it. Everybody knows what happens.
Cuban only voted 77 times. That means there's
4?
There's at least 4 votes that aren't accounted for. So Cuban's just having some fun. That's 4 different people who voted yes.
Take a whiff. You can't help yourself. You lean right into the clown's swampy armpit and breathe in deep. The scent is nothing like you've ever smelled before. It's like a thick flavor ambrosia glazed over an ogre's musk. Wet teriyaki sauce sprinkled with a seasoning of pure passion. Powerful, indomitable, and beyond intoxicating. You can't get enough. You sniff, and then you snuff. Sucking in as much of the hot, sweaty, salty odor into your nostrils as possible. So delicious. The fresh bouquet of exertion brought about the hard, relentless work, freely flowing as the manifestation of his raw talent. You can spend the rest of your life nestled into this jester's fragrant pit, which might be literally what happens. You hope he allows you the indulgence. Were you so bold, you might even take in a hearty lick. Oh, how it could possibly taste. If the smell alone is so wonderful. Would that you could suckle even a single drop of that sweet jester's hunky tang. You imagine some poor Let's Player having to read every delectable sentence of these odoriferous paragraphs aloud and getting a little hot and bothered. But you aren't quite that brave. Marvis brings down the blade. It sinks deep into the wood beside your neck. That was no accident. A gesture so powerful surely would not miss. He's sparing your life. You are so humbled that your bladder evacuates on the spot. Your urine is as hot as on your leg as Marvis's gaze is on your face. You really wish that you had thought to bring your concert diaper. Marvis gives you a look and then glances pointedly at his cane sword. You take the hint and make an exaggerated reaction like you've just been stabbed for real. You grab at your neck, sputtering, flailing. The high bloods right at the front can tell you haven't really been stabbed, and they're a little disappointed, but it's not as clear to the trolls further back. Somewhere around the mass of teal bloods, the illusion really hits home. They started going fucking bonkers back there. The apeshit wave travels back to the Burgundies and then ricochets back home to the high bloods. You crack one eye open as you play dead. This time is nothing like the controlled moshing during the performance. This is pure anarchy, a whirlwind of death and brutality. Trolls are at each other's throats, literally, ripping each other apart with fang and claw. All the blood spraying into the air makes the humidity really skyrocket. At some point when the racket becomes less than melodic, the clowns all come out for a final encore to drown out the sounds of the screaming. They start wrapping up a real storm. After about 45 seconds to a full two-thirds of the crowd are completely dead on the ground. The performance finally ends once every single troll in the crowd has collapsed, either from death or exhaustion. Only once the audience has worn itself out did the clowns call it quits. They all start filing backstairs, but for Marvis, who stops to take you down from the cross. Your beloved clown cradles you in his arms like the Pieta, gently petting your blood-splattered face.
All right. You want to know what's great about that decision we just made?
Besides that, everybody voted for it.
Had people voted no, it would have just cut straight to the part where he did the stab.
Yeah.
All of that was extra content.
Good.
You hanging in there, fam?
You tell him yes while continuing to play dead. You don't want to foil his ruse.
Okay, gravy.
He picks you back up and carries you off the stage. The clowns have a little green room set up in the backstage venue where they're all mixing and relaxing after the show. Nobody seems concerned to see Marvis carrying in a 90% dead alien, or particularly rattled after witnessing thousands of trolls savagely cannibalize each other, either.
Hey, you want a sandy?
A what?
A sando.
You sorry?
Grub bread.
You say, yeah, sure, you're pretty hungry. Marvis drops you off on a couch and you lounge indulgently as you wait for him to walk to the catering table and pick you up something up. He's back quickly.
Think you can move your arms and nothing nutty in?
You say not really? You're pretty sure all your bones are basically obliterated.
Ah, jeez, that's rough. Sorry, man. Guess it's my fault. Okay, say
You don't even question it. You obey him unthinkingly. You nearly choke when he kneels beside you and starts pressing broken off pieces of grub sandwich past your trembling lips. Tears well up in the corners of your eyes. How could someone like you be so lucky to touch and be held by the closest thing on this mortal plane to a god? You're sure there are thousands, millions of trolls out there who would die to get this experience, or get to experience anything like this. It's humbling. What did you do to deserve this? You're so weak from the concert that even moving your jaw is hard, and your star-stricken sobbing doesn't help either. Whenever a sloppy bit of grub paste feeling dribbles down your chin, Marvis is right there to catch it and shove it back into your eager maw. He makes unyielding eye contact with you as he allows you to suck the maggoty meal from his fingers. You tell him he's beautiful.
A lot of people say that. I don't know about all that, though. I'm just a humble rhyme juggler with a lot of cash money and 10 guys filming what I'm doing right now.
When you finish eating your sandwich, Marvis kindly wipes all the mess off your face. He's so gracious, you can't believe it. You're so glad the camera crew is here to capture all of this so you can watch it and relive this the experience of receiving his kindness again later. I guess you need an answer to the question, why did Marvis decide to save you? Marvis takes a moment to think on it.
Well, I guess I saw the guy you was with. And I was like, shit. What a sorry motherfucker. You know that buddy be bad news, fam.
What? Zebra? No way, Zebra's your friend. All your friends are cool.
Damn, cuz, that's raw. You okay? You sick? You real friends with that Indigo Dong or Indig Dong? You know he blacklisted all the fucking way out in Clown Town.
What? Really? Oh, why?
He's just a social climber, man. That big blue buddy be a mo fucking parasite.
And he's blacklisted by all clowns? He doesn't seem to know that.
Well, we ain't about to go tell his chatty ass. Gonna go and write a wicked nasty review about my business. So we be looking out for ourselves. Us clowns real close-knit, you know. Take care of each other and all that shit. You feel me? You know, if you think about it, clowns really are the most disprivileged socioeconomic class.
You have thought about that, and it's making more and more sense recently. You love to engage in nuanced discussion with him about clown privilege, or lack thereof.
Yeah, cuz though we nominally occupy a position of structural power in the institutional hierarchy of the hemispectrum, we be subjugated into dampening our powers like no other. Because the agents of the Empress and her abyssal kyriarchy know that unimpeded strength of me and the sick nasty buddies would easily unseat the Sea Dwellers as dominant caste. And if purple blood be so subject or objectively superior to violet in every metric of strength, power, and influence, despite chromatically preceding them, and the only reason we don't rise up and rip the fins off their slimy little faces is an eternity of religious persecution and culturally immutable precedent. What does that say about the validity of the rest of the system?
You consider your mind thoroughly blown. Wow, this guy is incredibly woke, and not the least bit racist at all. You're really inspired by how good he is at both an artist and a man.
Damn straight. Maybe all this spectrum needs a little chaos to shake things up. Really makes you fucking think, you hear me?
God, you do hear him. It makes so much sense. He makes so much sense. You make so much sense. Together. Marvin smiles at you as you hold his hands. You don't want to let go. You're afraid you'll never see him again if you do. You're not sure you can live like that. Maybe you can't always be by his side. Maybe sometimes, occasionally. All you want is to make a friend.
Of course I'll be your buddy. Here, why don't you have me on, Chitter? And next time I got a show, maybe I'll hook you up with some wicked tickets. VIPB, Rust Emperors represent. Make sure to check out my link in my bio for merch if you're interested.
The promise fills you with so much hope and light and joy. You can't believe it. You did it. You made the greatest, most ultimate friend of them all. Your shining light, your reason for being. Marvis, the truest buddy you've ever had. True buds.
So, there was a bit of commentary there.
Yeah.
In fact, the clowns are not allowed to use their psychic powers. They're the only caste who aren't allowed to.
Because then they go fucking insane, don't they? Because
they're so all of the psychic powers of the different castes are based off of basically different forms of psionic abilities, and clowns are hypnotism. They can take basically, You know, like a cerulean can force you to do things you don't want if they have psionic powers, but you know that you're doing something you don't want. But as you've probably noticed, our reader just really keeps hamming it up about how great Marvis is. That's his chuckle voodoo. He's secretly letting it out, and is hypnotizing everyone in the immediate vicinity into thinking he's the most amazing thing in all of existence. I don't even know if he has control over it, which is the thing. You know, I don't think he's conscious that he's doing it, but that's his chuckle voodoo. That's his hypnotic psionic ability.
I want him to hypnotize me. Damn, Ticonderoga. Put your pants back on. Alright, hopefully this one's shorter, because Jesus. Enraptured you may be with Marvis's magnificence. A promise is a promise, and you can't let Zebra down. You wait for the right moment and start to vault over the barricade as quickly as you can manage. You clear the barrier and drop down into the gutter between the stage and the crowd. You're not sure where to go from here. You glance back to Zebra for guidance, and the crowd has noticed what you're doing alright. The onlookers are swarming with rage at your insolence. Zebra makes his move, and he starts to follow you over the barricade, but things don't go as planned. Instead of heroically stopping you from making it to Marvis, Zebra is put upon from all sides by grasping claws. They don't recognize what Zebra is trying to do. They just think he's another conspirator trying to join you in your attempt at Marvis's life. You watch in stunned horror as the two trolls closest to Zebra take a hold of each of his arms, dig in their claws, and rip them off. And they don't stop there. You barely have time to process what's happening until another pair of trolls ascend, helping to tear ruthlessly into Zebra's body. His screams don't even register over the booming of the sound system. Fountains of indigo blood spray hot into the humid air. The barricade on the ground all around you are drenched in your friend's gore. You're frozen where you stand, in the arid gutter between heaven and hell. This isn't how it's supposed to go, is it? You feel
I just want to point out, Zebra's the only troll to die in somebody else's route.
But good. You feel the inevitable press of entropy closing in. The trolls in the audience see you, and you already have a taste of blood. Your legs are stiff as rods as the carnage-caked trolls, who made short work of your friend, begin to vault over the barricade themselves. It seems pointless to run. You're stricken by a consuming sense of deja vu. You've made a mistake, and the universe is going to clean up your mess. The trolls drop down into the gutter with you and advance. You close your eyes and accept your fate. And then you feel yourself being wrenched up onto the stage.
Yo, what's up?
You can't believe your eyes. Marvis in all of his majesty has hoisted you up to safety on the grand stage. He's beaming at you with the most beautiful smile you've ever seen in your whole life. This development has certainly given the bloodthirsty crowd pause. Marvis turns to them with an unerring grin and shakes his head.
Y'all up there trying to kill my buddy? Sometimes. I swear my fans are bigger clowns than I am. Lol.
His adoring legion seems to find that very funny. You're starting to realize that you really should have brought your concert diaper after all.
Nah, seems like there's been a big misunderstanding. This just be one of my backup dancers. Hey, hit it, cuz. Show him what you got.
He's helping you? You can't say you understand, but you're not about to look a sexy gorgeous gift clown in the mouth. If Marvis wants you to dance for your life, you'll dance. You start going to town, flossing, shooting whatever these kids are doing these days. A real contemporary breakdown. The crowd goes wild. Things are really starting to look up for you until a deafening crack sounds through the air and the stage equipment starts to collapse. It all happens so quickly. The bolts of all the stage scaffolding burst out of their settings, the lights catch fire, and one of the massive 100-foot screens behind the stage comes loose of its moorings. You'd have been easily pancaked by a huge screen if not for Marvis expertly clown-stepping you and himself out of the way. Half the crowd isn't so lucky. The big screen shatters when it hits the stage, raining a 100-foot area of trolls with vicious glass.
I'm sorry. I the timing on that, it was the blood appears. Bonk.
All on your end.
Jeez. Right when things were just getting started.
But the sound equipment was all obliterated by the sudden collapse. Nobody can hear him but you. For a moment, your hero looks lost.
Man, we better bounce, cuz.
Marvis grabs you by your sweaty hand and runs. He takes you to safety in the performer's green room, which seems to be intact after the collapse of the stage, though the power's out. The room is filled with clowns who performed earlier. They all look very confused and harried.
Shit. Things gonna be a madhouse out there for a while, so you better just lay low for a little bit, I bet. We go out there right now, and we gonna get mobbed. Usually everybody'd be dead at the end of my concerts. I wouldn't make it out of here without having to pay up with 1,000 teams otherwise.
You're a little rattled, to say the least. Marvis takes a good look at you.
Fuck, man. You shit yourself?
You started to cry. You didn't bring your concert diaper.
Oh man, it's alright. Don't cry. Look, you're hardly the first Betty to ever shit themselves at one of my concerts. I'm used to the smell. To be honest, it's comforting.
Once again, thank you guys for coming out tonight. I'm sorry that we couldn't beat this game for this, during this time. You sniffle and say, really? You wouldn't want to bring even the slightest inconvenience to his wonderful life.
Yeah, I'll let it cook. Bring it in, bro time.
You bring it in. The two of you share a nice, malodorous hug. It's hard for you to understand what's going on. Why did Marvis save you anyway?
I saw you was hanging out with that blue bro who always trying to get his snuff shoot up me and Jug Shizzles. And then you trying to make a real run for me. Gotta say that's brave. Gotta ask a buddy where they got the bulge rods to try to pull a stunt like that. Respect.
Oh, well, it wasn't much of a stunt. You were just going to go along with your friend's ludicrous plan to try to scam him into a relationship under false pretenses. But it was a really bad plan, and your friend was killed on the spot immediately. And now you're pretty sure you're cosmically fated to die due to making a non-canonical decision?
What you mean non-canon? All of this be non-canon, fam. What can it even mean to be non-canonical within the context of an inherently extra-canonical framework? Skeet skeet brah.
You're not sure, but you definitely have the sense that some of the decisions within the simulation carry greater values of truth and relevance than others, and that the linear progression of events is rigorously enforced by an obligate narrative flow that privileges those actions, which most smoothly facilitates the designs of the story's architect.
Sure, you can hear that noise that way. But I say, you the architect of your own fate.
Aspiring as sermon as Marvis might be spitting, his wise pontifications are interrupted when a clown in the back of the green room knocks over the water cooler. This gets the other clown who was talking to him really pissed, and they start duking it out. It starts a chain reaction that pulls all the other high bloods into a whirling blade pitcher of clown carnage.
Man, what the fuck is going on?
It's like you said, you've made a mistake, and the essence of the timeline won't rest until it's put things to right. You can feel that it's happened before, and it'll happen again.
Well, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Come on, Troll Nostradamus, let's skeet scoot.
Even as the inescapability of your demise consumes you, you can't bring yourself to deny him. You follow him out of the green room, fleeing before the clown fight can pull you in and grind you into bits. Out here, you're the one who has to help Marvis. In the open air is an unending procession of teens' quick time events. Some of them are carrying buckets. You just need to keep punching them out until you finally make it to his rich guy clown limo. Which is just the one from earlier.
but
Yeah.
redesigned.
The drivers know
not bad if they can
repurpose this to be fine.
Yeah.
The driver's nowhere to be seen, so Marvis gets behind the wheel and you hightail it out of there. You stick your head out the window and look back. There's a nasty storm brewing in the distance.
I know somewhere we'll be safe.
You make sure to secure your seatbelt. After dodging at least 3 fallen trees, a wayward deer looses, and a lightning strike that blasts off the hood of the vehicle, right off, Marvis brings you to Clown Church. You can't say that this place was high on your list of venues you wanted to visit again, but this thing has a fucking budget.
Whatever bullshit power that's coming after you will have no reach here. This be hallowed ground, biznatch.
Marvis leaves the limo on the lawn of the church, and you both hurry out. Just in time, because it explodes not 2 seconds after you're out of the door. Marvis shields you from the fiery blast with his body. Oh no! Marvis, no! You beautiful soul! You're destroyed by guilt. How could someone so tremendous bring themselves to such harm for someone so meaningless as you? You drag Marvis's burned, scorched body into Clown Church and you collapse as soon as you pass the threshold. You start weeping.
Jeez, fam. I ain't dead, just a little toasty. You ain't gotta cry about it, goddamn.
Oh, okay. You help him right up and bolt the door behind you. He was right. You do feel safe here. Nothing is collapsing. Nobody is being stricken with a hysterical urge to start a fight. And there's not a single fire happening anywhere.
Oh no, is that the edge of... Oh, wait, trolls don't have nipples. Why are we seeing the edge of a nipple?
Don't worry about it. It's a shadow.
The mirthful messiahs be protecting us, buddy. Stay frosty-eyed.
You help Marvis over to sit down in one of the pews. You settle in next to him and gaze up at the imposing architecture. It's not all bad. There's beauty there. A beauty in being a clown too. You're starting to see. Maybe you're even starting to believe? You turn to look at Marvis and his face is ashen and slick with sweat.
Think that dip in the grill I had hurt a bit more than I thought.
Your heart drops in your chest. You ask if he's going to be alright.
As long as we stay in here, we aight.
But can you really stay inside Clown Church forever? You know down to your bones that even if you do, it doesn't matter. It's something about the air. You can't really describe it. Everything just starts to press down, down, down. Like you and everything around you is sinking implacably into the earth. But the ground keeps coming up to meet you too. You start to perspire. The pressure leaves you weak. You slump against Marvis's shoulders. You feel so insubstantial, like the entire concept of your existence is struggling to erase itself. You know this isn't something you can fight.
What are you giving up just like that?
You don't know what else you can do. This isn't how things are supposed to go. This isn't how things can be. You can't exist like this.
That depends on what it means to exist, fam. Depending on how you look at it, every branch in the timeline be fundamental to the metatextual structure of the essence of existence itself. Even an incident that falls outside of the strict confines of canonical continuity contributes to a metaconsciousness that be built by, it could even be said, that are to be, at its most essential level, defined primarily by the extratextual exchange of interpretation by those who observe it. Each path, a translucent fragment, that via mirroring or distorting or magnifying certain aspects of the ultimate reality, folds itself invisibly into the fabric of that reality. Itself immeasurable and intangible, but the space it once occupied indelible. The observation of reality can still inform how reality is to be interpreted, even if that irreality doesn't satisfy even a cursory standard of legitimacy. and the act of contravening continuity can in itself provide definition to that very integrity it defiles. Even if what's going down here can't be said to be true, that doesn't mean we are meaningless. Turn up.
You don't really know all about that, but you tell Marvis that you're glad he's here with you. Marvis smiles and puts his arm around your shoulders. In spite it all, he makes you feel real. You stare into effervescing pans of clown glass as he shifts and scintillate in your vision. Things are coming apart at the seams. Subatomic concepts scream from the insides of your ears, and the infinity of pure dimension blossoms between your tenuous threads, holding the essence of your being together. The terminality of paradox space reaches into you from the inside out and takes hold of reality in its inescapable grasp. Continuity inverts and cascades into a cataclysmic fractal. What happens will happen, and what can't must not, and no measure of hubris from man or god or clown can stymie the cosmic imposition of truth. God. You close your eyes for just a moment, but when you open them again, there is nothing to see at all.
Time paradox.
If you really like this game, you should play any of Uchikoshi's games, like 999, or VLR, or Zero Time Dilemma, or AI The Somnium Files.
So, Xavier, how do you feel?
I feel like I should stop talking for a while.
How do you feel about Marvis?
Hey, 2 more full volumes left.
The fucking silence. Yes. This is it, fellas. Another night of laughter and camaraderie. Another night of joy and communion with some totally normal teens who would never... Just kidding, idiot. You're still an Eternia. You just know one of these miserable chuckle fucks is around here somewhere, waiting for the exact right moment to inundate you with another disgusting dose of friendship. Who's going to be the author of your destruction on this accursed evening?
Oh, God. Man, I guess Freezy isn't here for the other muscle girl.
Oh, someone go round Freezy up. Someone bring him back. He's got a... Poor dude, he's gonna miss out.
I know.
Your feet drag as you walk, every limb heavy and slow, and your thoughts are cloudy and dull. Your palm husk is filled with unanswered texts. You feel guilty about this in the back of your mind, where real feelings live crammed together because of the front of your mind is too busy being lethargic and dumb. Being a bad friend goes against the core tenets of your beliefs, but answering texts just seems like too much effort. You're not sure where this particular malaise came from, just that the unusual friend-making animus that drives you is still there, but it doesn't feel strong enough to overcome how tired you are of everything else. You can't quite remember how it felt to care that much about companionship and camaraderie. In fact, right now you can't remember how it felt to care about much of anything. Your thoughts drift to fantasies of driving your car into the uninhabited Elternian desert until you run out of fuel and perhaps letting the sun have its way with you. It could be part of that feeling that you've almost made all the friends there are to make, and that there's little left for you to do on this planet. It could be weeks of trauma catching up and sinking you into depression to protect you from thinking about it all. Either way, it just feels like so much effort to do anything, and you'd sort of welcome oblivion if it showed up right now to offer its sweet embrace. Your listless walking has taken you into a familiar neighborhood. The cerulean part of town. You smile as you reminisce. Sweet memories peeking
When I am
through
king
like
by
beams
divine
of sunlight
right,
through
I
the
will
fog
hunt
of your
down every
apathy.
clown and clown simp and
You're
execute him personally.
Wait, did you finish? Because Freezy came back.
Yeah, I finished apathy.
Yeah.
Apathy. Not far from here is Malik's Hive, with all of its hacking equipment and charming upper middle class atmosphere of entitlement and complacence mixed with vaguely socially aware concern. And though you've only seen pictures of it on Chitter, you know that Remele's hipster art studio, Hive, is also in the neighborhood. And one block over is Ardada's place, which gave you your gruesome and troubling introduction to Alternian social mores. One taught you love, one taught you patience, one taught you pain. Or something like that. The hive you're closest to is actually L-words, and as you shamble closer, you realize that a lot of other trolls seem to be converging here too. Fishing out your palm husk, you see that the unread message from L-word is an invitation to a party at her place. Looking around you, you feel a flame of your old desire to meet and greet rekindling in your heart. There are plenty of trolls here you haven't met yet, plenty of opportunities for friendship. The now roaring fire in your belly feels a little artificial, like someone just injected you with friend-making hormones to flood out your regular human melancholy. But you're not going to complain, because this is vastly preferable. As you're walking briskly towards L-word's hive, you spot a troll lurking in the shadows by L-word's back door. Curious, you approach, and when you get closer, you can spot the jade green in her outfit. Although there's not much of her blood color in comparison to what other trolls seem to sport, because she's mostly wearing black and spikes. And black spikes.
It's you. Guess it makes sense you'd be here. Probably just friends with Elward, huh? Whatever.
Yeah, you're friends with Elward, but you didn't come here for the party. You're just in the neighborhood. You try to mimic Daria's disaffected slouch. It's not hard, as you can just channel the you from about 60 seconds ago, who was very disaffected indeed. From the approving arch of Daria's eyebrow, you think you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, parties are lame. Most parties are anyway. This one might be cool. That was pretty cool. I mean, she seems alright. I don't think she's that cool. Just think her hair and clothes and personality don't completely suck is all.
You tactfully don't comment on the green blood to Daria's cheeks when she's talking about Elward, nor the way she keeps glancing at the door like she's hoping someone will invite her in. She's clearly trying to sneak into this party and doesn't have an invite. Hold on a second. Alright, when a branch snaps in the bushes, Daria startles and looks around, shiftily. You wonder if she's supposed to be out on her own this far from the caverns at all.
I'm not a baby like Wanshi. So if I snuck out, the cloister rules are so lame. Bronya's so lame. I can't believe Elwood used to hang out with her, but I guess she hadn't befriended Bronya, then I wouldn't have met her. It's hard to meet non-Jade Bloods in the caverns. All the time you're underground with nothing but Lucii and grubs and the same stupid Jades every day. It sucks down there.
Daria's imitation grubhorn bracelets clunk as she folds her arms over her chest. Her heavy makeup makes it look like her eyes are twin black holes, where all sense of fun and caring about things might go to die. She's giving you a marked contrast from how Bronya talked about the caverns, with the peace and quiet and safety they offered compared to Alternia's surface. Other than that time Linnea nearly killed you in a cave, and that time you were nearly trampled by a rampaging Lusus, you remember liking the caverns.
You would think that. Don't know why I thought you might be cool. You might be friends with Elward, but you're also friends with Bronya and Linnea.
I think it was more, you would think
To make that. They're the two most boring trolls on this planet.
You can't help but feel slightly defensive of your friends. Sure, Linnea is Linnea, but you wouldn't call her boring. And Bronya's very fond of rules, it's true, but she can hang.
Whatever. This conversation is dumb. I don't care if you can't get me into the party. Nothing matters anyway. Just make your stupid choice and get on with it.
Damn. Damn. She's just like, I'm not even gonna tell you what your choices are. Just fucking make your choice.
Bum 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 bum. Freezy's thinking happy thoughts. What are you talking about? What kind of happy thoughts?
We just got back from some happy thoughts, Freezy.
Exactly.
You weren't there to experience them with us. I like the statement that you're gonna apparently hunt down every clown and clown simp and execute them personally. I'd like to see you try and kill me, Freezy.
I don't. I was ecstatic about having to read what I read earlier. You could hear the happiness permeate in my voice. We're going with number one. She's going home. Maybe you should just go home.
Thinking about the Jade Blood Caverns has got you really missing the quiet monotony, the cute little grubs, the dank air and darkness. You can't think of a better place to lie down and have a depression now. Perhaps even a depression coma. So you straighten up out of your slouch and tell Daria that regardless of her opinion on Bronya and how cool or lame she is, those cloister rules probably exist for a reason, right? Maybe the two of you can go back to the caverns together.
Fine. Be a goody two-shoes, strut pod encasements. Goody two, yeah, just two strut pod encasement. I said shoes. I'm going to go somewhere where it's not so lame. Lame.
Alright, just back up.
Yeah.
There you go.
Party hard.
What the hell? It's not your job to keep anyone in line, and it's not like you have a great understanding of why even the older Jade Bloods need to stay underground anyway. If Daria wants to sneak into parties and get into trouble, who are you to say no? Daria expresses no pleasure at your decision to get her into the party. She just shrugs and rolls her eyes. You shrug and roll your eyes back. You can play the role of disaffected teen with the best of them. You take her around to the front door. Hey, you're looking forward to seeing Elward again. When you met her, you didn't have nearly as many friends as you do now, and in retrospect, you know you came off as kind of sycophantic. Wouldn't it be great if you could introduce Elward to the new popular and knowledgeable you? As you're walking up the steps, a huge shadow dwarfs yours. You look up to see Chahut, of all trolls, grinning above you.
Well, hey, little one. I remember you. And who is this new little one you've got with you?
Hello, Spencer.
Chahut switches her interest from you to Daria, grinning down at her. Daria isn't huge for a Jade Blood or anything, but she seems absurdly tiny with Chahut looming down at her like that. Her face remains impassive and bored, but she scuffs one of her big black boots on the ground and twists one of her spiky bracelets around on her wrist.
Cute. Don't see many little jades outside the caverns. I've always found greenies fascinating. So devoted to the continuation of the species. What a holy mission.
Chahut moves slow and lazily, like she has all the time in the world and no conceivable reason to rush, and reaches out to pat Daria's shoulder. She lets her hand linger, one claw resting against Daria's neck.
Ain't it a dangerous proposition to be so far away from your green brothers and sisters? Unless you're hiding something in those pretty veins.
A slimy chill runs down your spine. Daria seems frozen to the spot, staring straight ahead at Chahut's bosom in front of her. You think Chahut is joking, but it can be hard to tell with clowns. Their humor is just so much more highbrow than everyone else's.
Just joking. This looks like a good party, even if Elward is too blasphemous for my taste sometimes. See both of you little ones inside.
And then she ambles away, bending down to duck inside the door to the party. You hear party sounds, music and laughter, and clinking drinks, and what could be the sound of someone being murdered, which qualifies as party noise on this planet. Then the door swings shut again, and you and Dariah look at each other. Dariah's heavy makeup can make it hard to read her expression, but you can still see that she's rattled.
You know what? It looks like this party's filled with lame conformers. All those high bloods that buy into the system, do what they're told, even L-word. We can find something better to do elsewhere.
Yeah, to hell with this party. You're down to find your own fun, especially if that means not putting Dariah in the way of potentially murder-happy clowns. As you saunter away from the party, you realize that Dariah is looking at you expectantly.
Well, you got this reputation for being all unconventional and weird and rebellious. Everyone seems to think that you're like totally fucking with the conventions of society or whatever. So you got any suggestions for cool shit to do?
God, you've sure felt a lot of pressure to be quirky since word spread about your manic pixie dream alien ways. It's not like you're trying to be a vehicle for other characters to project onto, assisting in character growth and insight for those around you, while your impulse decisions and carefree ways somehow make you yourself stagnant and forever unchanged. It just seems to sometimes be like that. Anyway, you're tired and it's daunting to have a punk teen expecting you to come up with suggestions for cool stuff. You have a feeling she's just going to shoot down whatever you suggest. You rack your brain, trying to think of anywhere from your many adventures that Dariah might like. Your think pan comes up with zilch and squat, and she's starting to look bored with you. Confessing that you can't think of anything is probably an option if you want Dariah to be your friend. Is probably an option if you want Dariah to be your friend. And as exhausted and disillusioned as you feel with your socialite routine, you like her and want to bond. I'm gonna grab a drink, be right back while you guys choose.
Yeah, I might also grab another drink because it's got the narration from last time. Y'all be good. Y'all be good and vote in the poll.
All right.
The mic.
I've returned.
The mic. Haven't put on the headset.
I grabbed some sparkling spiced apple cider and I spiked it with some banana liquor.
Oh, Lulu's gonna get drunk? What?
Not much. It won't
Yeah.
get me drunk probably, but
Alright.
it definitely it's definitely delicious.
So number 2, that's what people voted for, right?
Freezy, I don't think you want Xavier to hold you.
No.
He smells like clown right now. He smells heavily of clown pit. Anyway, here's the thing. Your weirdest and best adventures have happened to you when you've decided to be spontaneous and just let shit happen. Adventures and coolness are both hard things to plan.
So what you suggesting? That we just wander?
Her derisive tone makes you hesitate. But, well, yes. That's exactly what you're suggesting. Daria gives you a long, considering look. You hold your breath, then she shrugs.
Okay, sure, whatever. Not like I have anything better to do. Let's just go.
You meander through the well-maintained cerulean streets, heading downtown. This seems like a good opportunity to get to know your new potential friend, and you start by asking her some fairly simple questions.
How am I? Yeah, I don't know. I'm forbidden to leave the stupid caverns, and that's Jade Blood. All I have to look forward to is a life of being forbidden to do things. How do you think I am?
Okay. You try to walk that one back a little. It sounds like Daria is unsatisfied with the Jade Blood setup.
That's one way to put it. You could also say that I'm unsatisfied with, like, the whole setup of my species. You haven't been here. You've been here for a while now. Don't you tell me you haven't noticed that every part of our society is transparent bullshit.
You glance around because Daria is right. You've been around for a while, and that means you know enough to know that if the wrong people overheard this kind of talk, you'd both get cold on the spot. But everyone here seems distracted by their own nonsense. Cautiously, you can see that, yeah, you've noticed a certain aroma of bullshit.
Yep, it all stinks. No one has any kind of real future except for the highest of the high bloods. And actually, I've heard that things pretty much suck from them too. Some might say that the purple bloods are the most disprivileged class of them all.
You're just going to continue to not comment on that one. Instead, you point out that being a Jade Blood, Daria has a purpose beyond just growing up to become fodder in the Imperial Army, like you've heard other trolls mention. Surely that counts as a real future.
Don't get me started. Suffice to say, and I'm not exactly hype about the purpose that I supposedly have. Like the purpose of what was arbitrarily assigned to me. But it's not like I have a choice. Rebelling in any sort of real way would put me in danger of culling. Life here is pretty much just hopeless.
Damn, you wish you had a good counter argument. You want to give her some words of comfort, but what can you say? Daria's right, shit's grim.
At least you're honest. Thanks for not bullshitting me. You know, Lanera said you were good to talk about real stuff. I guess she was right.
That's... You're surprised that Lanera's going around talking about you, saying positive things even. But you're more surprised that Daria is bringing her up in a non-derisive context. You didn't know that Daria and Lanera were close?
No, gross. I hate Lanara. It's not in a romantic way. Oh well. Anyway, never mind.
Daria looks embarrassed and flustered, and also pissed at you. At least you've gotten the subject away from how hopeless everything is, but still, you don't want this friendship to sour. As you're scanning your useless brain for a tactful subject change, you're saved by the footsteps of a new troll approaching. And as luck would have it, you know this troll. It's Tizius, which makes sense because your meandering has taken you and Daria close to Tizius' favorite book hive.
Lulu?
Isn't that you?
No. No, Tizius was always you.
Oh, right. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Never mind. I don't even need to ask. You're obviously making friends with this Jade Blood. Searching for some dumb shit to do, no doubt. Don't let me keep you. Tizius looks just as exhausted as you remember. You don't want her to go just yet, because it's been a while since you've seen her, and you're always eager for an opportunity to catch up with a friend, especially one of the less murderous ones. Then you notice Daria eyeing Tizius' mug of unidentifiable liquid, and an idea occurs to you. You get excited, bouncing a little on the balls of your feet as you introduce Tizius and Daria to each other. You explain to Tisius with a meaningful look that you hope she'll interpret correctly, that you and Daria were just conversing about the more unjust aspects of Alternian society and how hopeless everything seems to be. What do you mean, the more unjust aspects? Does Alternian society have aspects that are not unjust? I'm sweeps into studying our legal system, and I haven't found any. Daria makes a muffled sound that could be a laugh. You make your meaningful look more meaningful. Doesn't Tisius remember that conversation he had with you about justice and the shitty system, the importance of possibly futile work to try and improve things someday? Pissing? Tisius squints at you, then takes a long slurp from her mug. Right. Yeah, I remember. You wave your hands around. Now you're talking. Tisius is one of the few friends you've made that seemed to not only notice that shit was fucked, but wanted to dedicate herself to unfucking the shit as much as she could. Of course, many of your dear friends try to make the world a little better in various clumsy, interpersonal, distinctly Alternian ways. You think of Chixie striving for her music even when it pits her against Highbloods, the baffling but sweet ways that Connell and Adaya and Gaelic and Tagora care for each other, and Fozzer's commitment to political... Wait, why did you think of that guy? He's a total shill for the Comtesse. Anyway, Tisius has a big picture mentality and a cause that she believes in, and the simple fact that she hasn't yet completely given up is inspiring. Daria is struggling with feelings of despair, so maybe Tisius could talk to her about the work that she's been doing.
What? No, I'm not struggling. It's whatever. Don't even care.
Daria kicks at the ground sulkily. Tisius looks her over, her eyes lingering on the jade symbol on her shirt and her spiky black jewelry, then sighs. Sure, you don't care. I went through a phase of telling myself that too. I thought it would make it easier to deal. But nah. Tisius pauses for another mug slurp, and you think she might be enjoying the opportunity to monologue a little bit. Daria huffs. The only thing that helps, I'm not even sure that helps is the right word for it, is finding something to work on in your own little corner. To try and make shit a little less...
But there's nothing I can do in my corner. It's pointless to pretend otherwise. And that goes for everyone. Like, the whole system is designed to help Highbloods stamp out dissent in every corner. One troll can't do anything against something like that.
Tisius' eyebrow twitches as she stares at Daria, clearly peeved at being interrupted. Uh-oh. This could be going better. Well, no shit. What do you take me for? I'm not saying that all it takes is standing up and fighting for what's right or something stupid like that. That's obviously a surefire way to get cold.
Well, then what are you saying? How can you even know whatever little pitty little action you're taking will change anything?
I can't tell you the future, dumbass. No one can give you a guarantee that any kind of action taken will be ultimately effective. You have to decide for yourself what it's worth, or that it's worth it to try anyway.
Why would you even think it's worth when why would you think it's worth it even when everything around us confirms that nothing will ever change? I can't believe you calling me a dumbass when that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Tisius looks she's about ready to throw the contents of her mug in Daria's face. Knowing trolls, she'd probably follow up with the mug itself. It's not the conversation you'd hoped for at all. You step in before things can get any more heated. You tell Tisius that you're sorry and that you didn't flag her down just so that her ideas could get shit on. You turn to Daria, who is staring at both of you with a defiant look on her face and a stubborn set to her jaw. This kid. She's just so dead set on rebelling against anyone who tries to tell her anything with even the faintest whiff of authority. You really thought that maybe all of that attitude could be channeled into something productive that would also help her feel better and possibly even give her a sense of purpose. You're not mad, just disappointed.
me that look. Okay, I was just stating my opinion. But I guess it could have been a little less bone bulge about it.
You're pleasantly surprised that Daria more or less apologized. Tizius looks mollified too.
This shit just makes me so angry. Angry and sad and helpless. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself when I really have to think about it.
Bingo, unfortunately. I feel the same way. I don't think there's any getting around the helplessness. But what I was trying to say is that working on something that might help fix things someday makes that feeling a little less powerful.
So what you're saying is that it's just so what you're saying is that it's just about making yourself feel better?
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. I believe I'm working on things that might affect change someday, even if I'm not around to see it. But also, yeah, most of the time it helps me sleep at night too. You can tell Daria is a bit disappointed by this, like she doesn't trust that political rebellion can go hand in hand with making the rebels feel good about themselves. You point out that whether or not Tizius feels good about her work doesn't make the work itself any less effective. Yeah, in the end, the universe doesn't care about how I feel. I'm just one troll trying to do the right thing. Or at least, the okay thing. For its own sake, even if it might ultimately be futile. What the fuck else are we gonna do on this bitch of an Alternia?
You've got me there. I'm bored all the time, and there really isn't anything cool to do down in the caverns. I guess during the downtime in my training, I could, I don't know, help you out maybe? I don't have anything to offer other than the book hive and the jade cloister.
Access to that might really help with my research, actually. Give me your number and we can talk. Is it just your imagination, or does Tizius look a smidgen less tired? The bags under her eyes less baggy and her back a little straighter. And you think the corners of Daria's lips might be very slightly quirked up. Daria turns her possibly a smile from Tizius to you.
This was cool, I guess. At least not so bad. I don't know if it counts as something cool. So I guess we just keep hanging out until more shit happens.
You know Daria well enough by now to recognize this for the ringing endorsement that it is. You're about to happily agree when Tizius pipes up. I'm just heading home from studying, but I'm not tired yet. If you want a third wheel to drag along.
Yay, three-way friendship combo Bob. Combo Bob.
Combo Bob victory.
Victory. Number 1 victory royale. Alright, other bad ending. What? Party hard.
Party hard. Don't know. What do you want to do? You tell Daria that you have no ideas for cool things to do because everything on this planet is lame. But she's from here. Doesn't she know of any non-lame places to go?
Told you. I'm stuck on the ground all the time. It's not my fault I'm literally sheltered and never get to do anything fun.
Oops. Maybe this was the wrong approach. She seems pissed at you. And then Daria sighs loudly and uncrosses her arms from her chest.
I do know of one place that's pretty alright, I guess. Better than here anyway. It's far though.
More like better than here. Anyway. Grumpy old man, welcome. Not a problem. You've got wheels. You were walking around the neighborhood because, well, you felt lifeless and glum, and your car needs alien fuel, which you've been reluctant to ask someone how to get because you don't want to be told it runs on grub grease or something like that. But now you have purpose again, and you're more than willing to provide transportation in service of your new friendship goal. You take Daria to your car, parked a few blocks away, and she directs you where to go. You drive through neighborhood after neighborhood, through the yellow blood slums where you met Follicle and Cuprum, the busy urban sector where you had adventures with Tagora, and the austere indigo blood enclave where Gallic lives. Eventually, the buildings get sparse, and you think about how you were yearning to drive out into the barren landscape and not die, maybe, but stop. Just let it all end. You don't think Daria would take you all the way out here just for you both to meet sweet oblivion, but who knows? Trolls can be kind of hard to predict. Just when you think you've reached a point where there can't be any more city or suburbs left, a rubble of massive old building comes into view. It looks almost like a miniature version of the main Alternian city that you're used to, except it's all abandoned and mostly ruined. Nothing around here looks inhabitable.
Rumor has it that some trolls who lived here pissed off the Condess, so she called the whole town. That would have been way back in the day. It's ancient history now. If there were any survivors, I guess they'd be either dead or up in space. Anyway, all these old buildings are kind of sick. There's never anyone else here, and I'm into that.
You drive until she tells you to stop in front of a huge crumbling building, and even though this thing is half gone, you can still tell it's a mall. It seems a bit different from the mall you visited with Pulliba, even aside from the fact that it's totally dark and there's no one inside it. It seems more old-fashioned, a lot like one of your familiar Earth malls. Every dystopian movie you've ever seen has taught you to be extremely wary of abandoned malls, and you feel pretty nervous as Daria takes you up the rickety frozen escalator. It's so dark you can barely see your hand in front of your face. You're trying not to show your fear because you don't want to look like a wuss in front of Daria, but you can't hold back a whimper when your foot lands on a step that makes a distinctive about-to-collapse noise.
Don't be scared. It's okay, I've climbed all over this place 1,000 times. Anything that's already disintegrated is sturdy enough. And there's no risk of culling out here because, well, everyone's already been culled.
She's gentler towards you than you would have expected, giving her cynical and spiky demeanor. You swallow your fear as you reach the top of the escalator and tell her that it's chill, you just have some horror movie associations. Daria turns and pats you stiffly on the arm. You would never tell her this, but her reassuring manner when she's noticed someone is in distress kind of reminds you of Branya.
It's worth it when you get to the cool part. Come on.
Shit continues to be dark for a while, though you see some light up ahead. As you get closer, the hall opens up into a food court, and you see that the light is moonlight shining through the mostly absent roof. And Daria was right. There is something extremely surreal and cool about a decrepit, empty food court with the roof caved in. Rubble sits atop cafeteria tables, and plastic food trays are scattered on the floor, and okay, that might be the remains of a troll skeleton, still wearing a mostly disintegrated fast food uniform, which is less cool. It makes you remember that this place is abandoned because the Condess sent drones here to murder everyone.
You want to know the weirdest thing about this mall? Seems like actual adults used to work here. I've gone through a lot of these stores, and some of them are for adult-sized things. And there's a store just like shit the drones bring you now. There's army supplies for going off-world too. If this mall was for adults, it must be really fucking ancient.
Jeez, has it really been that long since there were any adults on this planet? Even after all your time on Alternia, that still kind of freaks you out. What must it be like to grow up entirely without adults, to live on a planet that's nothing but kids? Daria gives you a weird look.
What would it even be like to have adults down here too? That sounds way more dangerous and stupid. It's not like we're all wigglers. Trolls have to grow out of that mindset pretty fast. People have responsibilities or whatever the fuck. Or at least they pretend to. And there's training and stuff for the Jades. We're basically trapped. Maybe you can think of a planet of kids that would mean that you can do whatever you want, but I've never had any freedom. And I'll have even less as an adult. Cloistered Jades aren't even allowed to join the Imperial Army. Instead, we get shipped off to live in isolation. We're forbidden to contribute genetic material to the slurry, and no paling is allowed once we mature. For I don't know, bullshit old-fashioned reason that I pretty much don't understand at all. On Alternia, your whole future is decided the second you're hatched. People tell me all the time that I have it lucky as a Jade blood, but I don't feel lucky at all.
Oof, yeah. You agree with Daria that the future she's described sounds bleak as hell.
Right? It's gonna fucking suck. And it's so shitty that I have it good. I mean, at least I don't have a certain early death in my future, unlike a lot of low bloods. The system is so fucked up, and it's never going to change, and I hate it here. I just want a way out of it. Maybe, when you go back to your home planet, you could take me with you?
Their crest comes out of left field, and for a few seconds you just blink at her stupidly. Even with all that angry black makeup around her eyes, she just looks so sad. Sad and lost. You wish you had a different answer to give her, but you tell her that you can't take her back to your planet because you don't know how, when, or if you're ever going home. You've been trying not to contemplate the future because on the rare occasions that you do let yourself think about it, existential dread tends to take over.
Dread. Yeah, that's the word for it. The older I get, the more I realize how shitty things are. Try not to think about it just like you. But it still hits home sometimes, and when it does, I don't feel like angry or rebellious. Instead, I feel completely fucking paralyzed.
This, too, is a familiar emotion to you. You feel for Daria, who has wandered over to the middle of the food court and is staring up through the cave-in at the moons. She has her arms wrapped around her middle, and the spiky jewelry and jagged haircut and big black boots don't do anything to make her look less small. You wish you knew what to say to make her feel better. You've done a decent job at cheering up dejected trolls in the past, but it's hard when you're feeling so crappy about your own situation. You mutter something about how things could still get better. You never know what the future holds, yada yada yada, and she looks at you like she knows just how hollow your words are.
Ugh, you sound just like Branya. Next you're gonna tell me how important J-Bloods are and what an honor all the responsibility is. Give me a break. Optimism is for chumps and losers. Keeping grub safe doesn't matter. The continuation of a species doesn't matter. Nothing any of us do fucking matters.
You feel your blood getting hot to match the steel that's now in her voice. A sick part of you finds this strain of thought a lot more viscerally satisfying than trying to cheer her up, which wasn't working anyway. You stamp your feet, and so does she.
I can't believe anyone bothers to try to carve out of real life on this worthless shithole of a planet. There's no point, we might as well all be cold.
In the back of your mind, you know you should be disagreeing with some of this, but you're too worked up to care. Maybe Daria's right. Maybe nothing matters.
That's fucking right. Maybe we should just quit.
You falter in your righteous fury. Maybe quitting is going a bit far.
Maybe the Hiveswap go around causing death and destruction just because they can't have the right idea.
This is starting to sound not so great.
What doesn't sound great about it? Who cares if I decide I don't want to be a caretaker and instead I just burn shit down for fun? There's no point in anything, so what does it matter? Who cares?
Daria's hands are balled into fists and her teeth are bared as she glares at you. You open your mouth, maybe to tell her that you care, even though that would probably sound trite, but no words come out. She scoffs and turns away from you and jumps on a crumbly-looking cafeteria table.
You know what? Fuck this. Friendships is as pointless as everything else.
She picks up one of the chairs, and you really need to stop being surprised at the strength of even the scrawniest-looking trolls, and hurls it at the nearest fast food stall. You thought it was just a random throw at first, but it appears that she was aiming with precision because it crashes into a tank of fuel connected to the oven. You're not sure how Alternian cooking technology works, but the stall explodes in a huge green-tinged fireball that knocks you on your ass. You watch in horror from your ass-level vantage point as the flames lick into the restaurants on either side, explosions happening around the food court like dominoes. Daria stands on her table in the middle of it, unmoving, even as fire threatens to envelop her.
This is probably the only place I actually like on this whole planet. It's a good riddance. If it's gone, one less thing to care about.
With all of the dust and debris, This mall is coming down fast around you. You desperately want to get Daria out of here, but you desperately want to save yourself more, and Daria doesn't look like she wants to be saved. You make a feeble attempt going over to her and trying to grab her around the waist to get her out of here, but she kicks you hard in the chest. Her steel-toed combat boots sent you flying, and it's once again 0 days since you last broke your ribs. As used to this pain as you are, it still takes you a second of lying on the floor in agony before you can push yourself up to look back at the food court. A wall of fire now separates you from the tables inside. You can't even see Daria anymore. Your heart sinks. Maybe she'll come to her senses and pull herself up out of danger and escape through the caved-in roof. Maybe she'll get out some other way. You stumble to your feet, half thinking that maybe you can find water or a fire extinguisher in some part of this mall that isn't burning up. But smoke chokes your lungs and and in your panic, your human survival instincts take over. You dash down the escalator as mall infrastructure starts to crumble around you, and you don't want to abandon Daria, but it's all you can do to get your own sorry self out of here alive.
She dead, maybe.
She's just a victim of the fucking shitty society around her.
Oh.
No, not good end.
Not good end. Hello, Jadowski. I know you've probably been here, but yeah.
I'm tempted to just close your chat and stop regarding it. I know that they're just being antagonistic for the sake of being antagonistic, and every time I'll ever say that, they'll deny it and say that no, they're doing it because they genuinely don't like the character. But it really just kind of makes me cringe.
Damn, you hear that, chat? Lulu thinks you're cringe.
Dim lights, the din of a roaring crowd, and the smell of horribly overpriced and nauseating concessions. Even across galaxies, timelines, and perhaps even universes, there is still something deeply familiar about a sporting arena. Smash her mother-honking face in. There is also something deeply familiar about sports fans.
Such a shame having seats next to the purples. They can be so crude and boorish, don't you agree? Chocolate wouldn't be nearly this loud. Usually.
You find yourself here attending a wrestling show, or a display of muscular theater, to use the troll terminology, thanks to the benevolence of one Amicia Erden. She won the tickets in a raffle and excitedly invited you to come along. You agreed, with some reservations, that you quickly expressed. She was quite disappointed, but eventually agreed not to kidnap you and keep you locked up as a living paint jar, since you're buddies and all. What a sweet friend. Something went down the wrong tube. You have to admit, though, muscular theater isn't really your thing. It's as over-the-top and ridiculous as human wrestling, which makes it perfectly entertaining enough, but it's also, well, a lot more violent. Participants aren't expected to die, as far as you can tell, but you've already seen a few get wheeled off on futuristic hover stretchers with injuries you're not sure they could survive.
Oh gosh, she nearly got impaled there.
Every match tonight is taking place within a chain-link cage. Spikes surround it, both from the outside and inside, and jut out occasionally from the places where the wires cross. The overall design, in addition to ensuring maximum bloodshed, seems to keep both the wrestlers inside and the audience out. Ironically, it might be safer this way. The current combatants are some olive blood named the Huntress and a purple blood calling himself Coal Pits. Interestingly to you, there is nothing clown-like about him at all. So obviously what we're seeing on screen is not exactly the
match
intended scene, but it is almost conspicuous how unclowny he is, if only due to the absolutely ridiculous amount of clown content you have imbibed in the presence of other purples. The two fighters appear to be nearly evenly matched. The olive troll ducks and weaves amid blindingly fast punches from the purple, slashing at him with grandiose arm gestures, trying to overwhelm him with a barrage of small attacks. Every one of his punches hits hard enough to knock her down, but she always springs up before he can land a second hit. She's incredibly steady on her feet and quicker than he. In fact, you get the distinct impression that the olive troll is holding back, presumably so as to avoid inciting the crowd. Thus far, you have not seen a single match in which the lower blood opponent triumphed over a higher blooded foe.
I must admit, this match is a lot more tense than I was expecting. But I hope it ends soon. There's supposed to be a really famous muscular theatrist performing next. Her name is Nikki Mula, and she hasn't ever lost a fight. I heard she even beat a Violet Bloodline once.
Nikki Mula, huh? Now that's a name you could befriend. She must be as big a deal as Amicia makes her out to be, because she uses her real name instead of some ridiculous made-up nonsense like John Cena or Hulk Hogan.
Oh, look! He got her!
You flinch. The purple blood finally managed to get his quarry in his clutches, and he lifts her up by the face, sticking his fingers into her skull until you hear a sickening crunch, and she collapses to the ground, panting heavily. She can't bring herself back up to her feet, and the announcer calls the match to uproarious applause from the audience. Two trolls enter the cage and start dragging her out, while the winner basks in the audience's affection. The olive blood looks like she'll probably live, but she's got a dent in her face that probably isn't coming out ever. All of a sudden you think you really need to go get a bathroom. You mean use the snack. You mean you'll be right back.
Oh, okay, come back soon. This fight is giving me all sorts of ideas for a new painting.
You quickly make a break for it, jostling your way through the stands and toward the exit of the arena. But before you make it, a voice calls out to you. Some slick-haired and slick-finned violet-blooded guy wearing a full suit with a tacky flame pattern on it.
Hey, you alien!
Me, you ask, pointing out to yourself nervously.
No, the other alien!
You swing your head around wildly, looking for the other alien. This bit plays out predictably for a while before you both get on the same page, which is that you are the alien whose attention he wants.
You looking to make a little extra buck?
No, not really. You never spend all that money you won with Daya.
Okay, how about fame?
Frankly, you are probably already too famous for your own good.
Friendship? Oh shit, yeah!
Sighing with relief, the troll leads you backstage whilst explaining that he is a promoter for this wrestling ring. One of the trolls that was supposed to perform tonight was eaten by some plant called a troll-devouring catch-you-grabber. As such, famed muscular theatrist Nikki Mula has been left with nobody to fight. You will be that nobody. Somebody. An alien will bring in all sorts of media attention and controversy, which of course means big bucks for him and friendship for you. Nikki is so friendly, he says in a tone so insincere, even your friendship-addled brain refuses to believe it. It's okay. You've met worse. He takes you into a back room, which seems to be full of performers waiting for their turn on stage. There are all sorts of trolls here, muscular and sweat-soaked, blue-blooded more often than not. One troll in particular stands out to you, from her severe expression to her softly pulsating robotic leg to the fact that she's the only troll with a fully illustrated sprite. She's currently doing bicep curls with a set of spiked weights, huffing with exertion. When the promoter approaches, she looks up with a scowl.
I'm busy.
He begins to explain that he's brought her a new challenger for her to face, but she cuts him off and stands up. She isn't as tall as you expected, but damn if she isn't dense, packing more brawn than any other troll you've met.
Do you want to know what happens, sister, to people who disturb my preparations? You want to experience the bone-crushing, torso-shattering impact of these ladies right here?
She flexes. God, those muscles are huge. The promoter tells her that she really doesn't need to keep up the act. There's no cameras back here. She gives him a stern look which distinctly suggests that she has never dropped key fob in her life.
Kayfabe.
Kayfabe.
That's the
whatever.
only time I'll step in.
I've heard it said both ways. It don't matter to me. K-fob in her entire life. There's no intention of starting now.
Make it quick.
The promoter makes it quick.
So let me get this straight. You expect me, to perform with this thing?
She seems less than impressed, which you find reasonable. Magnificent legs aside, you don't really look like the wrestling type.
Don't you dare insult me, sister. I'd rather you pull a Rusty from the audience than subject me to this humiliation.
Oh, but you are more than just an audience member. Frail though you may be, you have the heart and soul of a wrestler. You have much longer than about 5 minutes, you thoroughly assure her, waited for an opening such as this to reveal your true passion to the world, to come alive on stage and grapple and tumble with the best of them. For eons you have thirsted for the chance to sing the song of sinew, the hymn of heft, the melody of muscle. Would that you could be blessed by the opportunity to... the opportunity to live the life of the athlete, to perform alongside your hero, to show the world that you too love to do the muscly thing. That you might just...
Okay, I get it.
She glances over at the promoter and then back to you.
It does seem surprisingly articulate for a lesser being. But is it ready for a blood-clenching, flesh-abrading, knuckle-blistering, muscle-rippling smackdown from uptown? I want to get feedback over. Okay, people, do you want to get beaten by a woman? But yeah, this does seem like it's right up Dinz's alley. Also, I have to sit back and say, from like the other scenes, the weird horseman nipples and also the bigger troll kind of had areolas in that scene.
I was spending 20 seconds to go grab something, and then I realized that something wasn't there anymore. Somebody else took it.
Oh no. It was the ghosts. Pound me with your hot life and biceps.
Lamau.
Okay, I'm fucking... God. You motherfuckers. Get the fucking... where is this goddamn fucking coin flipper? Heads! We're doing Gray. Wait, hold on. I need to pull back up your chat. Oh god. Come on. This and then pause. So the phone won't do that.
Actually, this is starting to sound a little much for you. You aren't sure you can quite match her enthusiasm for the craft.
Who do you think you are, sister? You who has the globes to stop me. You step to me. You come into my dressing room with those flimsy, stringy, insultingly puny arms of yours. Look me in my eyes and challenge me to a match. Beg for the chance to spar with me, and then cluck out like a pathetic alien whelp you are. Get out of my sight.
Head bowed low, you retreat to the safety, comfort, and friendless expanse that is the audience. You can't even bear to look at Nikki when she goes out and performs. You're so saddened by the loss of a potential chum. Well, that and it's kind of grisly watching her pull low-blood challengers from the audience and smash their faces into the spikes.
Wow. Okay, now we can be yes.
You nod your head confidently. Blister my knuckles and abrade my flesh, you say. Let's get this smackdown started.
You've got guts, at least.
She turns to the promoter and gives him a curt nod.
The match is on.
Then she turns back to you.
Now, sister, we need to discuss the show. I will make all the decisions. You respond adequately to the storyline I present. It will be thus. The alien invader challenged me to in an exhibition match to topple the matriarchy.
The matriarchy.
Matriarchy. Yeah. They fight valiantly and show an entertaining display of strength, but in the end, as is right and proper, the nobler hue of the hero spectrum prevails again.
She starts flexing and showing off for an imaginary audience before turning back to you.
Any questions, sister?
Yes, actually. You do have a couple of questions. First, will you die?
No! Unless you're particularly disgustingly weak, in which case, maybe. Such is the risk we take, we who indulge in that most noble and dignified of sports. I was willing to give up my leg for the craft. Is your life such a heavy price to pay for a tale that would transcend us and remembered in the annals of muscular history? Or is it, sister? It's
Well,
rhetorical.
Right. Secondly, when she says exhibition match,
It is a muscular theater term, referring to a match staged for entertainment that does not affect one's rankings on the flex ladder. Flex ladder.
yeah, I was gonna say, add that E.
We will not be sparring in the nude. Such glorious display of raw, chiseled physique are reserved for the intergalactic Trolympics.
No, yeah, you got that. You were mostly wondering if it meant like the loser's head being exhibited on a pike or some other bloodthirsty nonsense.
Do not denegate this noble sport with claims of savagery.
Thirdly, you're getting the sense that she's going to be playing the heel, yeah?
The what?
You explain that in your own cultural equivalent of muscular theater, performers generally fall into the category of face or heel, wherein the face is the rule-abiding and sympathetic figure the audience is meant to root for, whereas the heel takes on a more aggressive and unlikable personality.
What part of my personality is unlikable? Do you dare suggest, sister, that the audience won't be roaring in a thunderous applause and admiration as I conquer yet another pitiful foe?
You tell her, you know what, she can be the face and the heel, and you'll just be...
Subjugating under my heel?
Yes, exactly. Hey, Moolah, chatting's over, you're up. Chatting time. She jerks her head back at you and silently marches out of the room. You begin to follow, and the promoter directs you to your entrance on the other side of the arena. You wait nervously for your cue to enter. Well, folks, we've had some technical difficulties, but here comes the match you've all been waiting for. Wearing the belt of champions and a leg of her own design, she's ready to gut the competition. A paragon of power, a lady of legwork, a true blue ruffian annihilator in the making. Clap those hands and activate your screech crevices. It's Nikki Moolah! Nikki approaches the cage to thunderous applause, raising her arms and soaking in all of the praise. She flexes and poses. The audience throws glasses of milk at her, which shatter uselessly around her steely frame. This appears to be a common ritual for her. She steps through one of the cage doors and slams it shut behind her, and it slams shut behind her, locking tight. With her arms crossed and her teeth firmly gritted, she awaits you. As the announcer begins a new intro speech, you step forward. And in the other corner, frail in stature, weak in the knees, wearing a perpetual look of befuddlement, we have Samantha!
messed up low-blood alien! How has this absurd mockery of life not been cold yet? Perhaps only so fate could lead them to their thrashing at the bloodthirsty hands and barbed foot of the Grand Nicky. A decent portion of the crowd boos at you during your approach, which you find unsurprising. You have to dodge a hail of old boots and rotten fruit. Somebody throws an entire piano at you. Relatively unfazed, you enter the ring and hear the door close behind you.
So, you've come here, alien, to prove you're a kind superior to the unbreakable, unstoppable troll species.
Yeah, you shout. Your kind is so superior to trolls.
And you, their emissary. Does this creature look superior to you, my theater enthusiasts?
She turns to the audience, throwing out a hand in gesture to you. They boo.
Is this sorry specimen the best its planet can offer?
More boos. You counter that you came more than prepared to tackle the, mightyarchy? Yeah, that.
So you claim to be prepared, but are you prepared to face these 24-inch slithering noodles? Slither noodles.
Yes. She flexes so hard the announcer's sleeves explode.
So be it. I'll crush you in a single blow.
You're expecting a referee to start the match, but then it occurs to you that there is no referee. Somewhere in the distance, a bullhorn sounds, which is apparently the signal to begin. Without taking her eyes off you, Nikki grabs the cage wall behind her and hoists herself up effortlessly, scaling it in reverse until she reaches the top. The announcer is screaming something about this move being called the Spiky Nikki. Once she finishes her ascension, Nikki deftly leaps from the edge of the cage and spins down toward you. Her body twists and writhes in multiple blindingly fast flips before her robotic leg comes slashing at you. You spend quite some time admiring her dazzling form before it occurs to you that you should probably move. You duck and roll forwards, feeling the point of her leg just barely graze your scalp. The announcer shouts, "First blood!" and you feel a light trickle down the back of your neck. Some members of the crowd are booing, presumably because they just noticed the color of your blood. Between the neon lighting and distance, they probably just think it's rust-colored and not a mutant red, so at least you have that going for you. What you don't have going for you is time to think about your next move, because Nikki pivots on her heel and charges at you. This time, she's going for a more theatric throw. Two powerful hands grab you and lift you over her shoulder, where you nearly gore yourself on one of her horns in your struggle to escape. You plant two hands on her back and push hard, and you are delighted to find that her grip loosens and you go tumbling over her back, landing with a clumsy sagger on your feet. You're not sure if she let you get away with that one for the sake of the show, or if you just slipped out of her sweat-soaked palms, but you're going to charitably assume the former. She turns to face you, grunting and baring her fangs. She charges, rearing back a fist and then sending it barreling toward your fragile human nose. You leap out of the way, only narrowly dodging it.
All you've done is avoid me, coward! Where's your killer instinct? Do I scare you? Are you loath to face my true blue, muscle-bound beauty?
You take this as your cue to attack, and instead, you run full tilt away from her. It isn't fear carrying you, you swear.
Fool! There is no running or hiding from Nikki Moolah! Stand and fight!
She sprints toward you as you flee. The crowd is on tenterhooks. Nobody knows what you're doing, least of all you, but you think you can pull something cool out of this. You leap at the cage wall, barely dodging the spikes that line it, and use the slight amount of give in the chain link wires to springboard you off. With an exuberant grin, you go flying toward her, arm held out for a classic clothesline maneuver, and then you collide with her own arm and whop! When you wake up, you're lying on what appears to be an exercise mat. You can feel a telltale throbbing sensation in your face that indicates a black eye. The rest of you, thankfully, doesn't feel particularly hurt. Nearby, you can hear the huff and puff of exertion.
You glance over and spot Nikki training in one
You
of those
suck.
leg press machines you always saw in gyms, but never had the courage to attempt to use. She's wearing an exercise outfit which, despite its vastly different purpose, looks almost exactly like the outfit she wore in the ring. It has all the functions it has all the functions a fitness aficionado would want. It's loose, it's breathable, and the artists don't have to draw a second set of sprites for it. As soon as she notices you're awake, she turns to speak to you. She doesn't even stop her workout.
You're finally awake, sister. Welcome to my hive. I have spent so much time, so much precious, valuable time, waiting for you to open your eyes.
Oh god, how long have you been out?
About 40 minutes.
That's not so bad, is it?
Perhaps, but only when compared to your abysmal performance in the ring. To be knocked out cold by your own attack. Wretched. I am an impossible foe to conquer, and yet even a Rusty has towed me longer in the realm of Mortal Kombat. You are weak, sister. Offensively so.
She slams her foot forward with such velocity the weight on the leg press goes flying off and leaves a dent in the floor. Grunting, she stands, takes a long swig from a bottle, and then approaches you with fire in her eyes.
What do you have to say for yourself?
You scuttle backwards, proffering only a sheepish smile. You're, sorry, you guess?
I didn't bring you here for apologies. I brought you here to see your heart ignite with the will to improve. You are not a worthless being. You have a flair for theatrics, an appreciation of the sport, and a shining soul, filled with only the most intractable determination. You could be so much more than you are, sister. I can make you so much more. Cast your gaze around you, and behold, to the Bronzeum.
The Bronzeum. You obediently cast said gaze around. This room is massive and littered with training equipment as far as the eye can see. Much of it resembles exercise machines like the ones you had in gyms back on Earth, but there is plenty more that looks far more alien and deadly. A treadmill which appears to throw the runner into a vat of acid if they fall off, a series of swinging axes that would look at home in a dungeon, 3 different varieties of Iron Maiden, each more horrific than the last. This is presumably Nikki's personal workout studio, but you could easily mistake it for a torture chamber. You wonder if Ardata has ever considered a job as a personal trainer. Maybe you should bring it up with her.
There are some who may be worthy of my expertise. It is here I can forge them, just as I forged myself into beings of adamantine strength. Their journey will be harsh. If you're made of weaker stuff, then I believe you will perish in agony. But if your core is strong and your will of iron, yours will be an unquenchable might.
She extends a hand to you, her jaw set.
Join me, sister, and together we shall ascend to triumphant heights, to messin heights of muscular perfection.
There is a look in her eyes that you have never seen before, one of hope, of faith. Her arm vibrates, muscles quaking. Do you take it?
New ball.
I almost really hope the chat hesitates. Just because it's such an experience.
Gym bros? Y'all want to we need to. We need to bro it up in the gym. Put you on pause. Okay, we're gonna hesitate.
Damn. You begin to offer your hand, but under her steely gaze, your resolve wavers. This all seems like a lot. Too much.
You
even.
suck.
You don't know if you're made of stuff tough enough for the training she seems to be offering. You would like to prove yourself, to become strong. You really would. But does she perhaps just maybe have any courses a little easier on soft and squishy creatures like yourself? The expression on her face grows terrifyingly blank. She's not scowling or snarling or sickened or any other S word. She's just looking at you with the vaguest hint of disappointment dripping from her otherwise neutral expression.
I see. You're like all the rest, aren't you? Unworthy to receive my gift. Unwilling to reach your full potential. A pathetic, simpering thing, playing at the dreams of muscular greatness it can never achieve because it doesn't have the will for it. You're an insult to my art. You spit on my passion. Get the fuck out of my face and do not ever dare to return.
Shrinking under her steely gaze, you quickly flee her hive. Is this it for you? Is the screen going to fade to black, replaced by a goofy cartoonish end card and some somber game over music composed by artistic genius James Roach? No. You refuse. You're not yet ready to call this friendship kaput. You'll show her and her draconian methods up, damn it. It's time to get ripped. You're going to do it your own way and then return. And she will be so utterly impressed by your muscular growth that she will have no choice but to admit that you are friend material. Sadly, you do not know any of the blue bloods characterized by an absurd love of muscles and bodybuilding. They're basically all total nerds. Actually, or basically all total nerds, actually. But you can perhaps think of someone from a nearby hue who can help you. Her door swings open with gusto, and you're greeted by a familiar, smiling face.
Oh, what an unexpected surprise! You really should have called. Or texted. Or did literally anything else to alert me to the fact that you wanted to visit me on such short notice when my schedule is so terribly packed. But that's all right. I can squeeze in a meeting, I'm sure. Do come in.
You step past the threshold of the door and into her office/living room. Tizius has sprawled out across the couch, lazily holding a book up to her face. It looks like she's studying, which is a relief to you because you would have felt terrible if you had interrupted some intimate time between them. Unless studying is intimate for them, you kind of hope studying isn't intimate for anyone. The prospect terrifies.
Would you like to join me on ZZ for some grub loaf? It's no imposition, I promise.
You absolutely would. You didn't know Stelsa was a cook on top of everything else she does.
Oh, no, I could never. There simply isn't enough time. I'm just ordering from Door Smash. It's excellent stuff, really it is. ZZ has some very colorful words for the taste.
It's pretty bitchin'.
Yes, it is, certainly. That. Pencil a good friend in here for a dinner date, can you, darling?
They're literally right here already. We don't need to do that. Stelsa pauses and blinks, as if processing a foreign concept.
Right!
Sometimes Stels forgets you don't have to put everything on a schedule. Which is fair. School feeding changes a troll. Stelsa pulls up a chair and gestures for you to sit down in front of her desk.
All that said, while we wait for the meal to arrive, let's get down to brass tacks. What brings you to my lovely abode tonight?
Maybe they just want to see you. People don't always need a reason beyond that. You actually do have a reason, though. Shit. You explained to Stelsa that you have a friend, more accurately a friend to be, or perhaps acquaintance, or perhaps a person of chum-adjacent quality who you would like to impress through the pursuit of personal fitness. You recall that Stelsa was jogging when you met her, so maybe she could help you put together a fitness routine, and you could do some workouts together. Her expression lights up, and she clasps her hands together.
Oh goodness, I would absolutely love that. My poor Zizi is usually far too tired and far too busy. Sometimes I don't know how I manage it myself. So I'd absolutely love a partner to keep train Sezyat running on time. Assuming, of course, you won't be late yourself and can keep up with my pace. Fair warning, it's blistering. Isn't it though? Thanks, sweetums. You confidently assert that, if nothing else, you can keep pace with her. Your legs have seen a lot of use. Walking, running, fleeing, prostrating yourself before clowns. You know, the usual. Excellent! Well, we'll set up some meetings, then I'll add you to my schedule. My people will call your people, etc., etc. Thanks for visiting. It's been ever so lovely to see you, Tulu. She's halfway through shoving you out the door when you remind her that she invited you in for grub loaf. She hastily and apologetically pulls you back inside. Tizzy is snickering in the background. Don't know what I'd do if I didn't have Stells. Sometimes someone has to be the energetic one in this quadrant. The contrast is certainly a stark one. Has Titius considered quaffing energy drinks here or there? Perhaps they could help her pep up. 1. I'd probably literally die. 2. You don't want to see me on energy drinks. Nobody does. Fair. You spend a while longer chatting with Tisius before the delivery arrives and the three of you have dinner together. The grub loaf is exactly as bitchin' as advertised, a wonderful meal with wonderful friends, the perfect precursor to the fitness montage yet to come. You visit Stelsa multiple days a week, fitting yourself into her incredibly convoluted and packed schedule. The feat doesn't actually prove very hard. You basically only exist to spend time with friends. Her equipment is delightfully free of torture devices, besides her step machine. Besides her step machine, she also owns quite a bit of smaller exercise paraphernalia. Aerobics doodads and thingamajigs, yoga mats, jogging outfits. Even one of those huge bouncy exercise balls, which she bans you from using after you accidentally send it careening into a carefully organized stack of books. Stelsa carries herself forward with a peppy, always-on sense of gusto that can be difficult to keep up with. Her bright smile and encouraging attitude do wonders to keep you invested, to convince you that you really can acquire the swolehood you've dreamed of. By the end of the perigee, you are... Well, you wouldn't exactly call yourself ripped, but your muscles are definitely toned in a way they previously were not. You feel hale and healthy, more energetic than ever, with a bit of an extra pep in your step. Apparently, regular exercise makes you feel good? Wild. As you look at yourself in the reflection of an acid puddle, you flex and watch your muscles bulge. Fuck yeah, it's time. At least, you hope it's time. You climb into your scuttle buggy and prepare to set the autopilot to Nikki's place, but something stills your hand. Some strange sensation that has been slowly, surely settling in your stomach. A sense of unease, of dread. Your days of foolish ignorance are long past, and in their place, a burgeoning understanding of the universe in which you exist and the harsh laws by which it rules its inhabitants. You are beginning to fear, made the wrong choice with all the consequences such a lapse in judgment entails. Will you ever truly befriend Nikki? Or are you cursed to live for who knows how long, in a world without her sweet smile to cure your insatiable addiction? Mayhap you need not wonder. Mayhap the time has come to look inside yourself and know. You're going to give your chakras one real motherfucker of a blitzing. It's going to take mood music of the highest caliber. Having picked up some meditative tips from Boulder, you navigate your scuttle buggy's radio dial to an achromatic buzz station which is currently playing some soothing ocean sounds. The gentle lap of water meeting the shore, the rhythmic beat of the tide, as steady and as sweet as a mother's heartbeat. It's interspersed with distant honks and weird animal chittering, of course, because this is still fucking Alternia. You lean back into your seat, reclining it as far as it can go, and sink into the cushiony softness. Something sharp is poking at your rib, but you try to ignore it. You close your eyes and allow the white noise to flood your senses,
blocking everything else out. Oh yeah, you are really vibing this shit right now. Chakra status, blitz to high hell. You imagine causality as a river. Every choice a branch, tributaries upon tributaries, winding ever downward, pooling in lakes of inevitability. The pool in your or pit in your stomach gnaws. It all ends here, stagnant, bitter water, reeking of death. The ocean ever out of reach, your soul ever yearning for the single, solitary estuary among the ceaseless spillways. You take a deep breath.
What?
Water laps at your sides and tickles your ears. You are adrift. You feel the gentle bob as you float down the river, hear the rush like a ticking clock. Gravity is time pulling you ever forward. Which river is this? To what end does it deliver you? Your breathing slows, then shudders. You feel the rapids approach. The rivers blur, then shift. Your heart rewinds, misses a beat, a surge of emotion. Water streaking down the curve of your cheek. Your lungs ache. Which lungs? Which river? Which you? You try to focus, but the water beats at your brows, lashes your arms and legs, too tired to swim. You try for another deep breath, but nothing comes. With a tumultuous gasp, you sink beneath the surface, to the churning darkness below. Here, amidst the battering onslaught, the images come. Whirls of emotion, of sound, of thought, memories best forgotten or never known, lakes meant to remain uncharted. The crack of thunder, rain and tearfall, a single drop of olive. The record skips. Peace through rage, the whirl of the carousel. Horses whinny as the calliope sings. The circle takes you. Searching eyes implore you. The puppet strings stretch toward the moon. The flash of a blade, the spray of blood. Her strings are cut. The crackle of energy, the world gone grayscale. Eyes deeper than the deepest pit. A shuddering, final breath. You are lost. Lungs burning, water clogging every inch. You furrow your brow. Think. Think. Find your river. Coughing, wheezing, a final rattling grasp or gasp. Panic seizes you. A resounding crack, the stamp of hooves, the ricochet of gunfire, the death of one, of thousands. A low, sinister honk, footfalls loud and deep, the swing of a club, blood on the pavement. Dark, acrid smoke, indistinct voices and crackling intercom, a lurch beneath you, feet thrown out, neon energy, crackling green. Choking, desperate, lungs aflame, you focus your will. Where are you? Which are you? Find your river. Piercing eyes, a stern, uncompromising gaze. The singe of acid, crushing spikes, the body worn to nothing, all for her approval. The puff of exertion, gray muscles flex and spirits lighten, a gulp of water, the shine of a smile. A looping tape, mirrors in mirrors, the mind like time, infinite. The tributary splits and you finally drift down your chosen route. Freshwater visions as you float towards the surface. You shrug and start the vehicle, punching in Nikki's address and leaning back into your seat as the familiar sensation of the autopilot takes hold and the buggy begins to scuttle. A carefree decision, scuttling legs, and the thrum of an engine. Cityscapes passing by. You can
How
read that
dare
line if
you
want.
insult me by showing your face again?
Stern anger, a fist tightly clenched, shaking, barely restrained. Hope crushed under rigid foot. At times like these, you envy the Purple Bloods. Well, you envy them quite often, actually. They've got amazing strength, unbelievably beautiful rap gods, and honestly, Fago's starting to grow on you. But right now, you just wish you were a contortionist. These vents are way too tight. A plan, poorly conceived. See? Look at how strong you are. You can lift these weights with ease. You could lift something bigger. You would be happy to demonstrate if she would stop advancing on you with intent to full Nelson your sorry ass. Desperation. Madness. Friendship at all costs.
Ah! My other leg!
Navy blood pooling on the concrete. Troll and plan, both collapsing. Cold hatred in her eyes. You're just thankful you managed to snatch your water bottle out of the scuttle buggy before she tore it in half. The importance of hydration is never more evident than when you spend hours fleeing in terror. How is she even doing this with only one working leg? Tense footfalls on the pavement. Muscles strained to exhaustion. The sun rising over a desperate chase. Swallowing your fear, you leap across the tracks moments before the train comes screeching past you. Just behind you, you hear a grunt, and then a scream, louder and more agonizing than ever you've heard before. Is this it? After days, is your odyssey at an end? Escape. Sweet bliss, soon to shatter. Bone and blood turn to steel.
I can't disable the cybernetics. They're too intertwined with her biology. Get back. She's about to strike. Damn it.
Fruitless assistance. Your clothing, your soul, stained with blood. No more. No more. Your palm husk died ages ago, but you've been etching lines into the back to keep track of time. You're nearing the 1-year anniversary of, well, you're not sure what to call it. The day you irrevocably ruined your life. The day you fled into the untamed wilds. You would celebrate, but you doubt you'll have time. She can't be far. One more step. One more desperate step. One foot after another in the endless chase. You try your best to stifle your ragged, fearful breathing, but you know it's fruitless. Nothing can hide the terrified pounding of your heart to her bionic ears, nor the heat of your blood to your infrared senses. She can find you here, drenched in fear, in sweat, hidden, but not well enough. Ba-bump, ba-bump. Nikki Borg's searing blue eye flashes in the darkness. There's no more hiding. You close your eyes. The curtains fall. One final heartbeat at the end of all things. You emerge from beneath the surface with a gasp, coughing up water and, oh, it's just you. Sitting in your scuttle buggy, gentle white noise still playing on the radio. You take a moment to catch your breath, your heart thumping against your ribcage like it wants to crawl out and beat you senseless for subjecting it to all that horse shit. Okay. Enough meditation for one day. You think you're just going to reach over and kinda set the autopilot to Stelz's house instead of Nikki's. Yeah. You have no idea if this will avert or merely delay some horrifying and grisly end or another, but it's better than the alternative. And besides, you really want some more of that bitchin' grub loaf.
That was a long, bad end.
Yeah, it was, but I think it
gives
exposes some of the fuckery that's going on.
Man, okay. These last few ones have been a lot longer than like the previous ones.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes. All right, we're gonna take her hand.
You take her hand, staring into those hopeful eyes. Oh, to see that deep sapphire blue fill with the glow of friendship.
She squeezes your hand so tightly you feel your fingers fracturing.
Excellent! I knew you had the spark. Now to make a flame, to grind and crush and pummel the flint until it bursts into a roaring blaze of strength. Today, I shall begin by testing your limits. Come!
She leads you to the treadmill in the deep, bubbling pit of acid directly behind it. You nervously step on.
We're gonna measure your speed and stamina. Run until you cannot run no longer.
She starts up the machine. She gives you a nice, breezy jogging pace at first, but the treads quickly begin to whir away at a blindingly fast rate. You're sprinting as hard as you can to keep up, holding desperately onto the arms of the treadmill.
Come on, sister, grit your teeth. Put some thrust sinew into it. If you're not evacuating your acid track by the time you're done, you aren't trying hard enough.
Sweat beads on your forehead as you push your legs to the limit, running like you're being chased by an angry drone. Your feet must be blurring like Sonic the fucking Hedgehog by now. The treads are moving ever faster, and you can almost feel yourself slipping. Got to hold. Ah! You lose your grip and go flying backwards, narrowly grasping onto the edge of the pit and dangling into it, your toes singed by the acid. Ouch! You hoist yourself up over the edge and roll to the side, hissing. Nikki stands over you, clucking her tongue.
Top speed 12 miles per hour.
That's good, right?
For bronze blood. Next test.
Oh, hey TK, how's it going? She takes you from machine to machine in quick succession, each time commenting on your skill level. Your biceps are as terrible as rusty, as your lungs are gold at best. Your legs an unexpected cerulean, all the while taunting you, encouraging you to push yourself further.
This desiccated corpse of my ancestor could do better than this.
Or it was basically
Desiccate.
more. The desiccated corpse
Yeah.
of my ancestor could do better than this. You know, kind of more
Yeah.
negative reinforcement. You struggle to deadlift a giant barbell made of dead monster skulls.
Are you going to eject this May fluid all night long, or are you going to woman up?
You go toe-to-toe with a punching bag that shoots sonic blasts at you whenever you hit it.
Shape up or get ejected ejected on the nearest solar execution barge.
You sob as she forces you to do 30 minutes of freeform jazzercise.
Your jazz hands are terrible.
By the time an hour is up, you're panting and huffing, desperate for a break. Nikki finally relents.
Your reward for staying alive thus far. Stay hydrated, sister.
She tosses you one of those protein shaker bottles that gym buffs are always chugging from. You regard the mixture within curiously for a moment before throwing caution to the wind and gulping some down. When has imbibing alien substances ever hurt you before? But when the flavor hits your taste buds, you almost retch. Is this Gatorade mixed with milk?
Nutritious and delicious.
You keep chugging it. You need the liquids, foul though they may be.
All right, lactose break over. Let's continue.
She next leads you over to one of those Iron Maidens. This one doesn't actually look spiked. It's just spiked. It just has a blunt, bumpy surface on the inside.
Get in.
What?
Get in, sister.
You reluctantly step inside the Iron Maiden, and the doors clamp shut around you. This thing is far, far too tight for you, and the bumps are pressing into you from all sides, threatening to squeeze you away into nothing. You groan and push back against the walls, desperately trying to keep them from crushing you into a little human waffle. Just when you think your strength is about to give out, the Maiden opens.
Pressure resistance about olive level. The results are surprisingly adequate. Your potential continues to shine. Good work.
This halfway point seems to mark a change in her attitude, as you continue to, just barely, persevere through everything she throws at you, like a shake weight so powerful it leaves you shuddering intermittently through the next few exercises.
Keep steady, sister. Don't lose heart on me now.
A rowing machine that douses you with boiling water if you can't keep up the pace.
Go, go, go! We'll make a fuchsia medalist of you yet.
Literally being chased around a field outside by a giant toothy monster.
Don't you dare allow this thing the satisfaction of feasting on your bones.
After hours of this grueling work, you finally collapse. You think some of your bones are broken. Your heartbeat is coming in quick and irregular pulses, and you can hardly breathe. Your vision blurs and shifts at the edges. God, you're amazed you haven't passed out yet.
Get up!
You glance weakly up at Nikki, expecting her to be looking down at you with disdain, but instead, you see her crouching down and offering you her hand, wearing a smile. You take her hand and she pulls you up to your feet. The look on her face now resembles pride, and when she claps a palm down on your shoulder, it only kind of hurts.
You've done well, sister. I threw everything I had at you, and you soldiered on with head held high, even as your body broke beneath the weight. I've never had such commitment, such strength of heart and soul, such dedication to the craft, such appreciation for the most righteous of pursuits. You're no mere workout partner. You are a workout friend.
A light blossoms inside you like the neighing of a horse. This feeling of power, of strength, of the bond between warriors. This is real and true, and this light will never, ever leave you. As you bask here in the satisfied and sweaty glow of a good workout, you realize that planets, universes, dimensions, realities, powers, principalities, and cosmos come and go. But being swole as fuck is forever.
Yay, swole. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like I'm starting to notice the time. Like, okay, I do want to push past a little bit past 1, but at the rate we're going.
I'm going to take this first character because I know who this is.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I know who all of them are, but
Yeah.
you get what I mean.
You crash landed on the planet called Alternia. You staggered from your wreckage of your ship. You were desperate for information, for provisions, and possibly a bit of medical attention. But for most of all, you were desperate for friendship. Is what you could say, but if you were written by a bunch of hacks who cared about the
Aristotelian ideal of narrative unity.
Aristotelian ideal of narrative unity. Possibly you could make some reference to a circle of being complete in a thoughtless and embellic manner, but we're all in this together, right? We've all learned and grown enough to know there's something deep and dark and absurd brewing beneath the surface. This really isn't about friendship anymore, isn't it? Is it? You've got enough friends, now you need answers. You need... Oh, god damn it! This was just the intro screen! What's next on the docket? Oh, you're really feeling like going completely off the rails. So it's a good thing that the first person you ping is your palm husk is Linera. That nutty bitch is exactly the sorts of destabilizing influence your life needs right now.
Hello, my friend. Because that's what we are now. Friends.
Cool, that's not so weird way at all to talk to someone. You're really loving this one. You're not sure what it is, but you're positive whatever crackpot caper this loopy troll is about to rope you into is going to be a real humdinger. There's a sense of finality in the air. You can taste it. Linera does you a courtesy of listening to you say all that shit without getting super put off by how much of a freak you are.
Listen up. Listen up. So I was thinking, since us becoming friends has worked out so well, I'm starting to think maybe it'd be a good idea to give making more friends another shot after all. I guess? That's what I was thinking. So there's this party I was invited to. You see, the fellow Jades in my cloister always sneak out to go to these things.
You gently suggested to Linera that she should hurry it the fuck up.
Okay, so I'm nervous to go out and I want a friend to come with me, okay? Is that so crazy?
No, you don't think that's crazy at all. You think that sounds fantastic, actually. You don't ask for any details because who gives a shit? You show up on the block. We're not going to talk about how you got there or whatever, because what a waste of time. You just there. Lanera's met up with you too. Lanera mentions there might be dancing, so you decide to really dress up for the occasion. Oh man, you went fucking nuts. You're wearing a cape and shit, but also like fishnets, maybe a sexy bra if that's your thing. Whatever you happen to drudge out of some dumpster or another. Honestly, you can imagine whatever you want here, but it's like complete bullshit and you look like a total slut. Lanera isn't wearing anything too special because we would have had to pay someone to redraw all of her sprites. From the looks of it, you're heading over to somebody's hive party. You're rolling up on some kind of joint that, from past experience, you can now surmise is an alien domicile. It's pretty big. Maybe it belongs to someone on the blue end of the spectrum. Back here again. Is this block just where all the jade-blooded schoolgirls love to get down and dirty? It hits you like a bucket of ice when you realize whose hive you're walking straight towards this time. This is our daughter's hive. Oh, that's just great. Your friend Ardata. Boy, do you love Ardata. Can't wait to see her again. As you approach, you can immediately tell what kind of deal they have going on here. You can hear the tunes bumping from all the way down the block, and when you get near enough to see that there are obviously a bunch of teens passed out drunk on the lawn, this is a full-blown frat house rager. Definitely doesn't seem like the Lanera sort of scene.
That's because it isn't. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm doing this.
You kind of can't either. You're either not in the front door, and you're not even in the front door, and you can already feel the sweat pouring out of your armpits. This is going to be so much fun. You pass all the Smash Lawn teens and go up to knock on the front door. You have to rap on it a few times until the telltale sound of clicking heels faintly reaches your ears. The door opens and you discover that the gracious hostess standing on the other side is none other than your best friend, Ardata. Woohoo! She looks surprised to see you for only a moment before her face resolves into a wicked grin.
Ah. My. Look what the Purbies dragged in. Back for more so soon, my sweet.
You're not actually sure how much time has passed since you last ran into Ardata, but it doesn't feel like it can be described in any metric by soon. You've been physically savaged so many times since then, you're not even sure what you're blocking out though. You tell Ardata that you're really glad to see her. Because you totally are. You tell her that you weren't expecting her to be hosting a party though.
Oh, I don't know if I'd call it a party. More of a friendly kickback of sorts. Sort of exclusive, really. All the world's finest influencers are here. How exactly did you hear about my little shindig? While I certainly consider you to be one of my finest friends, I don't recall inviting you.
You gesture vaguely to Lanera. She doesn't seem to know how to lie and immediately cracks under the pressure.
One of the other Jades from my cloister told me to come. His name is Lank, but I don't think he was invited either. I get the impression we kind of always come out here. Basically, we're crashing? If that's okay. Well, of course. What's an informal soiree without a few entirely uninvited interlopers?
Lanera doesn't seem to know if she's being sarcastic or not, and you're not sure if she is either, to be honest. You're like, are you fucking with us? And she's like, ho ho ho, or whatever.
Of course not. I just have but one question for you, my dears.
Ardata beckons you near. You obey her slavishly. Then she leans in close to your ear and intones.
Do you hereby certify, under penalty of law, that you are of age to view adult content within your state of legal residence, have acknowledged the contents of this volume's accompanying mature content description, and are comfortable with the prospect of engaging with challenging or otherwise controversial fictional material?
I almost don't want to do polls anymore to make this go faster, but since we're this far deep,
I mean,
Do you chat?
the
Yeah.
worst you could do is pull up an extra day or something if you're
Yeah.
really that rushed.
Nah, I don't, because by the time we finish this, it'll be just one chapter and then the other volume, which you said is kind of short.
Yeah, we're gonna end up pushing past 1 by probably at least a half an hour's margin.
I mean, putting it past 130 is fine. Maybe just a little bit. 145.
Ticonderoga, are you over 18?
I am an over 18.
With a kappa, I'm not sure how to feel.
Okay, you motherfuckers have agreed that y'all are over 18. Let's fucking go.
Hee hee ho. That's good to hear. Why don't you come right in then, my dear? I don't want to see you making any little posts online about how my party was too fucking problematic for you, though.
Ardata steps back and welcomes you in again to her abode with a grandiose gesture. You're very, very excited for Ardata's party, and you know definitively that you will enjoy absolutely every second of what she has in store for you. Once you stepped in past the threshold, Ardata blows you a toxic kiss and saunters off to mingle with enthusiastic guests.
Wow.
The first thing that hits you once you're in the door is the music. It's a solid wall of bass that reverberates through your body down to your bones. The intense dance track is blasting so loud that you can hardly hear yourself think. It has to be this loud to drown out all the shouting coming from the living room. As
Hey,
you
there's somebody we recognize in the background art.
Oh, hey, yeah, here it is. Hot dog man. As you apprehensively advance, it becomes quickly clear that Linera is completely out of her element here. She's a bundle of nerves beside you, practically glued to your hip. When you actually step into the living room, she physically attaches herself to your arm.
Wow, this is more than I was expecting.
You too. It's a scene of absolute chaos. The living room of the house is filled to the brim with rowdy teens, dancing rhythmlessly to the pounding music. The furniture has been knocked over or otherwise destroyed, and you can make a pretty good guess of what's filling all the red cups you see in everyone's hands. You're about to tell Linera you wouldn't blame her if she wants to dip, but you can't get the words out before you're being flagged down by a blooded boy who just muscled his way out of the throngs of partygoers with a few of his friends in tow.
Linera, you made it.
Linera all but flings herself away from your body and freezes like a scared animal as the troll approaches her. For all the commotion and ruckus, he's still remarkably well put together. The vigorous dense huddle does not seem to have disturbed his sharp makeup or his impeccably coiffed hair. There is a curious red stain down the front of his white shirt, though. He has a slutty-looking indigo-blooded girl on his right arm and an even sluttier teal-blooded boy on his left, though he shakes them off and waves them away by the time he reaches you and Linera at the entryway to the room.
Hi, Link. Yeah, I'm here.
You watch with amusement as Linera practically bursts into flame under his gaze, and it only gets worse as he sidles up to give her a startling intimate embrace. She squeaks and tries to hug him back, but is too timid to actually touch him with her hands. You can see sweat pouring down her face. After a solid 5 seconds that seem to include Link smelling Linera's hair, he pulls back to smile down at Linera with a heavy gaze. Linera's face is bright green and her eyes are bugging out of her skull from how flustered she is. But she's not into it, you don't think? It's hard to tell, but you kind of get the impression that he'd be dead by now if she weren't. Either way is awkward. Lucky for Lanera, Link either doesn't notice or doesn't care. He settles into a comfortable, for him, posture with his arms casually around Lanera's waist and turns to you.
Oh, who's this?
This is my
Friend?
yeah.
Link quirks an eyebrow.
You have friends?
The question seems to leave Lanera speechless, so Link takes the opportunity to look back at you. His eyes rake up and down your body in a way that leaves you feeling distinctly objectified.
Oh, aren't you interesting? Is there a reason you look like that?
What a question. He doesn't explain what that is specifically referring to, and given both your alien status and your state of dress, it could mean any number of things. You might take it as an insult if it was not for the way he licks his lips after he says it. He can't seem to pry his eyes off of you. You look at Lanera for a cue, but she's too out of it to give you any sort of intelligible sign. So you just explain how you crash landed on this alien planet in an indeterminate amount of time ago, and you don't really know what you're doing or much of anything about anything. The fact of your appearance could be due to either to this or that you're generally a disaster of You're generally a disaster of being irrespective of your planetary origin.
How fascinating. I've never met an alien before.
Well, you have, lots of times, in fact. Literally everyone and everything here is alien to you. You find your word diarrhea becoming more and more awkward and embarrassing as Link's eyes start burning a hole into the center of your chest.
There's no need to be shy. I don't bite until asked.
Link disconnects himself from Lanera as he rounds on you. It's like he lost any interest in her existence now that you're in front of him. Lanera looks at you with a completely pathetic expression that readily informs you as to what your response needs to be. You'll be damned if you aren't going to be the best wingman possible, so you definitely ignore Link's blatant pass and turn the conversation back to Lanera. You ask Link how long he and Lanera have known each other. Link raises his eyebrows at the question.
Well, I suppose since she was chosen for the cloister. Some number of sweeps ago. I don't remember really.
It was 2.43 sweeps.
Oh, right. Then that many, I guess. That's a pretty long time, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive that you managed to go a solid 2.4 of them without saying a single word to me that wasn't circulated to me secondhand from your snide gossiping behind my back.
Oh, wow. Talk about whiplash. Lanera's eyes get big like saucers.
What?
What? What are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
The tone of the conversation has totally morphed from fire to ice in an instant. Though neither Link's expression nor demeanor has changed much, he slips in the knives with all the calm composure of a casual statement.
What? Are you going to pretend you didn't spend the better part of past 2.5 sweeps complaining about how much I disgusted you? Come now. You do know that everyone is aware you're a nasty little bitch, right, Lanera?
I
mean, don't take it the wrong way. I really don't mind. I'm hardly in a position to criticize. I was just curious what caused the sudden change of heart after so long decrying my vain and slatternly lifestyle. Have the impending ordeals finally made the little clock start to tick down in that dry, dusty nook of yours? Did you figure I was the only one who might be loose enough to be willing to clean out the cobwebs before you get shipped off to Space Church and whatever, and never have the chance again?
Just wondering.
There's a long, excruciating moment where Lanera says nothing. She just stares up at Link beside her with a completely shell-shocked expression. But before you can try to pipe up Lanera's defense, she bursts into tears. Oh no. Well, Lanera suddenly turns and makes a mad dash to run out the door and away from the party. You're torn between running after her and giving this jerk a real piece of your mind. Your mind's made up when you look back at Lynx just in time to catch him rolling his eyes. Hey, you say, that was kind of rude, don't you think? Lynx snorts.
Me? Rude? Are you perhaps attempting to fuck with me? Clearly you haven't spent much time around this bitter pill if you think that was anything short of precisely what she deserves.
You can see that you maybe don't have the full enough grasp on Jade Blood Cloister's social dynamics to make a definitive judgment of whether or not Lanera deserved to have been so ruinously owned. But she's your friend, and what good are you if you don't stick up for the people you care about?
I have no idea what even got her so upset. Like I said, it's not like I really care what she says about me, but you don't get to spend as much time as she does being a venomous little snake and act surprised when someone calls you out on it.
Then why did you invite her, you ask? It seems needlessly cruel of Lank to lead her on the false pretenses if he never intended to be a friend at all.
I promise you, I had no such designs. The only reason I even invited her to this thing is that my ex is being a real blood-sucking bitch, and no one else wanted to go. I was willing to give her an honest shot, but I have no time for a vicious, slandering nag who can't even admit what she is. I thought it might be interesting to see what that crusty little shrew might be like if you could manage to wrest her bulge free of whatever excruciating knot she's got it tied into. But I guess now we'll never know.
Well, this is clearly a conversation you're going to have to Switzerland out of pretty soon.
What?
You try to explain the historical significance of Switzerland's political neutrality on your home planet. Link's eyes glaze over like he's listening to you recite a sports almanac of cricket stats.
That's nice. Anyway, since I seem to have scared away my date, why don't you stay a while so you and I can get to know each other a little better? You seem much more interesting than she is, anyway.
When did Link get so close to you? Your heart beats a little faster when he smiles at you like that, so poisonous and shamelessly laced with intent. Lanera is definitely not the only one coming off like a snake here.
I've less time to waste than most, my dear. Never seen the value in beating around the bush.
Well, maybe it'd be socially prudent for you to go after Lanera and make sure she's okay, but it's also not her volume of the Friendsim. So instead of doing what you're going to stick around,
So instead of doing that,
you're going to stick around and see all the spectacularly prima donna is all about. You had your fucking chance to bail out of this shit show, but all that's left to do now is barrel down here as meteorically as you can manage.
Fantastic. Care to dance?
Why the fuck not? Link laughs pleasantly and reaches out to take you by the hand. The contact gives you a little thrill despite yourself. He's got very nice hands, soft and warm and well taken care of, and you know he's going to be a one hell of a ride, wherever he's taking you.
Come with me.
You do. He doesn't lead you straight to the dance floor, though. He takes you over to the throng of dancing partygoers, over to the kitchen of the house first. You weren't expecting to find a familiar face waiting for you there. Fancy meeting you here. You don't find that it's surprising, honestly.
You two know each other?
You could say that.
That's just great. Do you give discounts to friends?
I sure fucking don't. You know the price, pretty boy. Pay up. You're a little confused. What is being purchased here exactly? Elwood gives you a funny look. You a drone? What?
Hush.
You do as you're told and watch as Link and Elwood carry out their shady transaction. Link hands over the credits and receives an opaque little baggie of something in return. Oh well, you guess you really don't need to see what's in that thing to figure out what it is at this point. As soon as the deal is done, Link has his hand at the small of the back of your small of your back, and is definitely guiding you away from the scene of the crime. Is buying drugs a crime here? You aren't really well versed about the laws of Eternia, but it honestly doesn't really seem like anybody would give much of a shit about anybody doing drugs out here. You guess the clandestine transactions are just for the aesthetic. Lane's got your back in a shady corner of the party and pressing one of the tablets he bought into your hand with a sly grin. He expects you to join in. You're like, hold on a minute. Your experiences with alien drugs haven't really been that great, honestly, and you're not sure you're that excited for a repeat performance. Link's immediate response is to sneer.
Oh, I see. You're one of those people.
One of what people?
You know. A bit boring, maybe.
There are many words that could be used to describe you, but you don't think boring is a remote contender. You're always doing all kinds of unbelievably stupid shit and getting into uncountable, wacky, and life-threatening situations. Is it really that fucking much to ask for there to be one time you don't rush head first into doing something you know is going to fuck you up and be totally awful? Link's lips press into a thin, annoyed line.
These things aren't cheap, you know. I bought them for you.
Well, you didn't ask him to do that, did you?
Oh, come on. You're really going to be like this.
Yeah, you totally are. Link sighs dramatically.
Fine.
Link casts around for the nearest victim and grabs his attention with a hand around his wrist. To your dismay, it's your sweet, innocent hot dog chum, Diamond. Alas, there's nothing you can do to stop him from falling prey to Link's wicked designs.
Here, have these.
Oh yeah, great. Thanks. I'd love to put drugs on my wiener. What a tragedy. But before you know it, Link has hold of you again and is dragging you off.
Let's just dance. You're not too much of a square to do that, are you?
Of course not. Dancing is basically the one thing you actually plan to do here, to come here and do. So that's just great. You go along with Link enthusiastically when he pulls you over to the writhing mass of bodies bumping and grounding on the dance floor. You get down to it. You discover that Link has a very interesting dancing style. And by interesting, you mean it primarily consists of directly grinding his body against yours in an incredibly shameless fashion. But pressed in as you are from all sides by sweaty, inebriated bodies, there's not exactly much room for Troll Jagus to begin with. Link is up on you so close it's hard not to sweat. He has his hands on your hips and your face is fixed with sharp eyes. His heavy stare is nearly hypnotic, so blatant and undisguised in his expression. It's clear what he wants, and maybe there's more than you're prepared to give. But when he looks at you like that, it's impossible to look away. You just go with it. Why not? It feels good, and it's not like anyone else is watching. You're surrounded by trolls, boxed in and pouring sweat. And yet it feels like you're the only two people there. Link draws in, teeth by your ear, and this close you can hear him easily. You can hear him easily, even over the overwhelming pound of the bass.
You have the palest skin I've ever seen.
Yeah, you tell him that you're literally hex code. White, I know, which is like blank. This makes you super racially inoffensive, FYI. You let Link know that he can see you any way he wants, which is even more woke than making a decision.
Thin as paper. I can see all the way inside of you. All your veins and your red blood. You smell like candy. I wonder how you taste.
Wow, you say. That's like some shit a vampire would say.
Presuming I'm a rainbow drinker would be an awfully reductive and literal reading of my character. I'm just making a blatant sexual pass.
Oh, okay. Good thing that's all cleared up. You take this as an opportunity to really let loose, showing off everything you've got in the sexy dance acumen department. Link is a little bewildered.
What are you doing?
You're like, what aren't I doing? There's a fire on the dance floor and you're struck the match. You're just fucking it up down in here, really getting it. Breaking it down, bopping and crumping and whatever. You're getting you're smashing your ass into everyone around you and getting hot and heavy with those lusty moves. There's a point when Link has to step back. You presume to properly behold your art in all of its glory. But as soon as it becomes clear that it is not your prodigious dancing skills that have given him pause, you follow his startling gaze and see the cause for alarm. Branya is here, and she looks pissed.
Oh, shit.
Branya is still standing in the entryway, contending with her daughter, and it looks like she hasn't caught sight of you yet, but Link isn't wasting any time. Before you realize what's happening, Link has you by the wrist and hauling you away from the dance floor and off down the hallway. Link finds safety in a bedroom. Respite block, you remind yourself, when you take stock of the conspicuous absence of any bed, and the presence of the revolting looking slime cocoon in which trolls allegedly spend their repose.
Yeah.
You hold each other in a tense, nervous silence pressed against the locked door. What feels like an eternity passes, your breath held. The sound of your blood rushing through your own ears is almost enough to drown out the music. Seconds turn to minutes and nobody comes to find you. It seems, for now, you've escaped Branya's notice.
You're an adult, Freezy. You'll get over it.
When you turn your head to look back at Link, you find that he's been staring at you for some time.
I haven't been able to take my eyes off you since the moment I first saw you. You're just so interesting.
You freeze like a hare staring down a snake. Link lifts his hand to brush a thumb across your cheek, fingers curling under your chin. You meet his eyes. His pupils are so black.
I want to know, would it be like to kiss you?
Link's tongue darts out to wet his painted lips.
Do you want to kiss me?
Whoa. Well, you've already clicked on at least 2 mature content disclaimers to get this far. Why the hell not? Link leans in and presses his lips against yours. He kisses much more sweetly than he looks. His lips are soft and wet and taste like blackberries. This beats making out with a couple of greasy teens behind a dumpster. That's for sure. When one of his sharp fangs nicks your bottom lip, you don't even care. But when a drop of your blood beads out onto his invasive tongue, Link draws back just an inch.
You taste sharp and dangerous, like a weapon.
Is that a good thing?
It's not a bad thing.
Link pulls back further. His hand slips from your cheek and his fingers trail down your neck to rest on your collar, a thumb brushing against the thrum of your pulse.
Have you ever paled before?
Link shrugs off his shirt and starts shrugs off his jacket and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Whoa, is this really going to go there? You're like, well, no, you've never done any alien intercourse with a bucket, but it doesn't look like he even has one on him at the moment. That was apparently the wrong thing to say because Link's face scrunches up in displeasure.
Don't mock me. It's my first time.
You figure laughing would constitute mocking him, so you don't, but the look you give him seems to say enough.
Us Jades who live in the cloisters have been chosen for a very special duty. We're expected to adopt a caste, an ascetic life in service to the continuation of our chaste of our species. And when we undergo our ordeals, we are sent off-world. There's no such thing as sneaking out of the caverns. If I don't do this now, when? My life is nearly over.
Will you help me feel alive?
But before you can answer, Bronya's voice starts to rise shrill above the heavy music.
Lank?
Link's hands shoot out at lightning speed to draw you close. Before you can even much his gasp, he presses one of his palms over your mouth to keep you quiet. Oh shit, she's close, and from the sound of it, she's getting closer.
Lank! I know you're here. You need to come out now, or come out and come home right now.
Link leans in close to your ear. What will you do? All right,
Call in
chat,
his-
very close.
Call in his mom.
You got 1 minute.
Come on, are we not gonna?
Oh, I'm looking at that. People have opinions.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
wasting their points on opinions.
Are we not gonna Captain Kirk this bitch?
Mm.
Is that what you guys are telling me? You don't want to Captain Kirk this bitch?
Yeah, so it is seeming like, okay, this probably will be like 1:15, so
Maybe a little bit longer.
yeah. What I'm probably gonna do, I'm still gonna take all of next week off. If you're okay with not this Sunday, but the next Sunday of finishing it off, because we have that thing that Wednesday.
Yeah, we have to. Well, we still have to get people's response, get people to actually
Yeah.
reply, which we might not get. So we might have to actually get different people to come along.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll try to do that because I want next week off. I want to take a week off from streaming, especially after the 2 big holiday ones. Well, we're calling mom. You rip Link's head off your mouth and start yelling for Bronya.
What the fuck, dude?
Link tries to scramble away from you to make some sort of last-ditch effort to escape, but it's no use. Bronya hears you and comes running furious. She hulks the locked door off its hinges before you can even get up to let her in. You duck flying chunks of alien architecture and scuttle off to avoid what you fear might be further alien fists.
Lank?
As angry as her voice is, some of the fury goes out of her face the moment her gaze lands on Link's state of partial undress. She reflexively brings up a hand to shield her eyes.
What in the world? Put your clothes back on right this instant, young man.
Link freezes where he stands, apparently accepting that he's been caught. There's nowhere left to run. If he doesn't intend to fling himself out the window, a sneer uncoils on his face.
Oh, please, save the Purity Act. Like this is anything you haven't already seen a dozen times before.
Bronya's face goes bright jade.
What? What in the world are you implying? I would never. Forget Linera. You've always been the craziest bitch in the whole cloister. You know you aren't actually our Lussus, right?
Bronya marches right up to Link and slaps him hard across the face. Link makes an undignified noise as he recoils from the blow. It looks like that really hurt. His face is stinging bright under the handprint. He forces out a strained laugh.
My word, Bronya. If you wanted to join us, all you had to do was ask.
Damn, you wish you had some popcorn right now. You just kind of sit back and take it all in. Link's invective has its apparent desired effect. Bronya is all but steaming at this point, hands balled into fists at her side. You kind of wanted to say hi to your friend, but she's a little preoccupied, it seems.
I am not going to rise to your petty baiting. You know you're in the wrong here. One, we've spoken time and time again about recklessly sneaking out to these parties, and now you're dragging Linera into your mess.
2. Lanera has told me all about the things you've been saying and doing to her, and it is completely unacceptable, Lank. 3. You've had more than enough lectures about the way you treat your flushed quadrant partners, and it absolutely needs to stop. 4. You are coming back with me to the cloisters, right now. When we're home, we're going to have one last serious talk about this, and if there aren't any changes, there are going to be consequences.
Eventually, Bronya's overbearing hollering seems to finally break Link down. He sighs, shoulders slumped, and rolls his eyes.
Fine.
Bronya crosses her arms indignantly as she waits for Link to finish fixing his clothes. Link buttons his shirt, puts back on his jacket and a tie, and when he goes to retrieve his palm husk, which he seems to have discreetly slid over to where you're standing, he casually saunters his way over and instead of picking up his own device, snatches yours out of your hand.
Hey, I've got to go, but let me give you my chitter information. Maybe we can pick up where we left off later, sweetheart.
Bronya stomps over to grab Link by the ear and drag him away, but not before he finished putting his chitter contact into your palm husk. He shoves it back into your hand, mouths you a "see you later," and then fully hauled out of the room.
Hypocrite.
You need to shut your mouth.
And then they're gone. Friendship accomplished, you guess? Oh, damn. Okay. We're gonna.
You could have backed up fully.
Well, I mean that's still that first.
Yeah, that wasn't too long of a. Ms. Murder Gaming is rating me. Oh gosh.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. We're playing Hiveswap Friendsim.
Welcome in. I am. We're almost done for the night. Oof, you're too
Yeah,
scared.
almost.
Oh man, the sound of that's making you quake in your slutty little boots. Controversial fictional material, you'd say? Damn, it's almost starting to sound like a woman wrote this. Count you out. Our daughter clicks her tongue and reaches for the cup of markers she keeps on the table next to the door and pulls one out. You flinch back as she wields it like a weapon to draw a big blue X on the back of your hand.
Here. Now all of my fine guests will know we have a delicate little angel on our hands.
And then she turns to Lanera.
And what about you, my sweet thing? Huh? Oh, I'm not real, so it's cool. Very well, then. Welcome to the bash. Drinks are free, but if you die of poison, you're contractually obligated to croak in range of one of my cameras. Toodaloo.
Our daughter blows you a toxic kiss and saunters off to mingle with her enthusiastic guests. You and Lanera step past the threshold, which is, and have a look around. Lanera is visibly nervous, which is unfortunately a little bit infectious. You ask her where a friend is. She glances about a bit.
Oh, I don't know. He's... Oh, over there.
You follow her gaze into the living area of the house. It's a far cry from the site outside. The music's not nearly as bumping as you originally thought it was. The whole shebang seems to have a pretty chill teenagers drinking Kool-Aid vibe. Apart from the fact that they're definitely not Kool-Aid, everybody's milling about, chatting amicably. You spot a few familiar faces. Damon flirting with the roasting of his Frank in the hearth. Elward leaning casually against the door frame to the kitchen and talking to a cute girl. Skilla recounting some enraptured rodeo caper to a group of gathered trolls. It's a real diverse roster of friendly folk. You spot Lanera, who's pointing at the center of the parlor's arrangement of couches and armchairs, sat among a group of friends on the floor, the only jade blood in the room. He's even more impeccably dressed and done up than the rest of the markedly fresh four jades you've met. When he catches sight of Lanera, his face lights up, and he rises to make his way over to greet you.
Oh, Lanera, you've made it
What?
after all. I was starting to think you weren't going to come.
Well, surprise. I didn't not come. I mean, I did come. Hi. I'm here. Paul.
You cringe, but Link seems otherwise unaffected by Linnera's astonishingly embarrassing display. He turns to you with a warm smile.
And who's this?
You can't help but to get a little flustered when your eyes meet. His makeup and stylings might be lean to the severe and feminine, but he has a contrastingly calming and masculine voice that puts you at ease straight away. He seems to have quite the opposite effect on Linnera. Before you can answer yourself, she starts blabbering a mile a minute.
Oh, this is my friend. I invited them. They're an alien, and I guess I've almost murdered them because I was jealous of the friendship with Branya lol, but I didn't. And we're friends now, and I'm starting to work past my self-destructive obsession with her, and they agreed to come with me because I'm socially anxious and afraid of you, lol.
That's awfully nice of them.
Hold on, sorry. I know that was a lot at once. Let me reorganize that statement to a clearer, digestible list of bullet points.
You've absolutely no need to do that, Linnera. I have understood your point just fine.
Oh, okay.
Link looks back at you.
Thank you for helping Linnera feel more comfortable here. Why don't you come and sit with us?
Link turns and gestures to the other trolls he was speaking with before, a teal-blooded boy and an indigo-blooded girl, neither of whom you recognize. They both have notebooks in their laps. They give you friendly waves.
Okay, sounds great. What are we doing?
We were just in the middle of a poetry reading. I don't know if you've prepared anything of your own or to share, but you might find it relaxing just to listen.
Poetry?
Linnera's face has gone bright green. Oh boy.
Why would you think I've written any poetry?
I don't really. It was merely a suggestion. Have you?
Well, maybe. Wait. No!
You put a comforting hand on Linnera's shoulders, intuiting immediately that she has written plenty of poetry, but is embarrassed by the prospect of sharing any of it. You remind her she's among trusted friends here, and has nothing to fear.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well then, please come and join us.
Lank leads you back to his group, inviting you to sit down with them in a circle. Linnera goes to deliberate lengths to insert you between herself and Lank, so that you're the one sitting next to him.
Why don't we pick back up where we left off? I was just about to read my latest piece.
You say that sounds great. Lank's two friends close their eyes and take each other's hands. You and Linnera are both plenty surprised when Lank and the indigo blood sitting next to Linnera try to take yours to close the circle. And your obviously shocked expression, Lank explains.
We find physical contact helps us feel closer on a spiritual level during our poetry sessions. But if you aren't comfortable with it, you're under no obligation.
You feel really respected right now, so you and Linnera both assent to join the circle. She even takes the initiative to hold your hand first. Lank reaches out and takes your fingers gently in his. You don't know what it is, but you can't help yourself from blushing.
Hey, Skill is here.
Yeah. Did you not hear me say that earlier during the
No,
narration?
fuck, I missed it.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
part of the that was part of the narration. Skill is right there telling about ropes. Damon's right behind Lank right this second next to the fireplace, and Elwood's in the door frame talking to a cute girl. Damn, you weren't paying attention. Jesus Christ. Link
No, I
reaches
was
out and takes
being
your
rated.
fingers gently in his. You don't know what it is, but you can't help yourself from blushing shyly. His hand is soft and warm in yours, short red nails immaculately manicured.
Then let me begin. This is a short poem I've written in free verse, based on something haunting me as of late. Reflecting back on one of my most complicated and passionate past relationships. Forgive me, this might be a bit raw. It is, as of yet, untitled.
Link draws a deep breath and closes his eyes. His notebook is open in his lap. And you can see the poem written there in an elegant hand, but he doesn't need to look at it to recite the words.
What is the meaning of a memory? A question I oft ponder, intangible and untraceable by anything but the mind, yet so potent as to leave one sick, as if poisoned or wounded in a literal sense. And what meaning is there in regret and longing? Can my lamentations change the past? Will they move the future? Shall they amount to much more than what unmoors my here and now? If I restrict my world to that but which is before my eyes, to those whom I may touch, to that which I might alter, one would no doubt conclude that thoughts of you are last among what I could consider to matter. And still you haunt me yet like a scar, like a disease
Sorry.
uneager to abate. Who are you? And who am I after so long without you? I know. I don't know. I won't know. What I do know, but what I know, and what can it even mean to know? No, no, no. Ah, though it vexes me, so little I valued it when it was before me. A thing and a you I could touch and see, and know and hate, and wonder, revile, worship. Now it and you are a traceless ghost, and I preoccupy myself with nothing but futile tasks of redefinition and reinterpretation, and circuitous dwellings on that which I understand even less now. Then in times when my wonderings might have been so easily answered, with a question or a bite or a kiss, or even a single word spoken honestly. Pressed though I am to give color to our bond, I look not to onyx nor ash, but that which pulses in our very veins, that so blindingly jade, hard as the stone for which it is so named. Twisted and pulled, hammered and forged, shaped unnaturally, as if a chain. A stricture within scriptures, a certain so meaningful tincture. Resent you though I must, envy you though I may. Now leagues and leagues stretch between us, and I make peace with naught but what I say. You are only that which is within me, my blood and my mind, and that is at once nothing, and the most elementary definition of everything.
You realize you are holding your breath when Link finally finishes. The circle falls into a meaningful silence, taut as a wire. And tension breaks when his eyes flutter open, tears spilling over his long lashes. You squeeze Link's hand gently. He weeps and silently and beautifully. Such powerful art. He musters a wan smile as he gazes across the circle at Lanera.
Lanera, would you like to read next?
Lanera looks stunned, there's moisture gathering in the corner of her eyes. Of course, anyone would be moved by something so emotional and raw.
I guess I have a poem I could read.
Lanera takes out a planner and opens it, breaking the circle of held hands. She can't recite it from memory like Link. When she speaks, her voice is small and timid.
This one's called Still. I'm still. I sit still. I do what I'm told still. I wonder about the way that I am, and I think, still? I see her every day, and I still miss her. She hugs me, and I still feel cold. I'm surrounded by people, and I sit, and I'm still alone. I'm still me. I still love her. And I still hate that.
Well, you're really proud of Lanera for opening up like this. She's crying too now. You reach out to take her hand back in yours, the indigo blood beside her comfortingly stroking her shoulders.
Sorry. It's not really good and long like yours, Lank. I'm not really a poet or anything. I just wrote down how I feel. Lanera, it's fine. I thought it was beautiful. Poetry is about expressing yourself. It's not important that it be any set length or sound any certain way. All that matters is that you've spoken your blood pusher. And I think you've accomplished that remarkably. We're all very proud of you.
You find yourself drawn into the group hug by Lank and the other trolls. Lanera is sobbing openly now, and her raw emotions seem to inspire similar pathos in the others. Before you know it, you feel yourself tearing up too. It feels good to get it all out, but before long it becomes clear Lanera is kind of reaching her limit. She pulls back and sniffles out something about wanting to go home.
Of course, Lanera. If that's what you need, I'll talk to you back at the cloister. Okay. See to it that she gets back safe, will you?
You tell Lank that of course you will, and take Lanera carefully by the hand to lead her out of the party. She squeezes your fingers back to let you know she appreciates you. You walk back from the party in a comfortable silence for a while. When you glance over at her face, it occurs to you that you've never seen Lanera this happy. Of course, this is literally the second time you've ever seen her, so you guess you don't actually have much of a frame of reference for what her emotional state actually is, except this was also the third time you've seen her, but fuck off. You really want to encourage her on this path of recovery she's going down and all, so you ask her about, you know, her and Lank.
What?
You know, her and Lank.
What? We're just friends. I mean, it's not like I have a crush on him or anything. I know I've had romantic feelings for a girl before, so it'd be really problematic if I liked a boy now.
Oh, you say, you're sorry, you didn't know.
It's okay, just don't let it happen again.
Lanera gives a warm smile and reaches out to pull you into a hug.
Thank you for helping me. I was really nervous, and I think if it hadn't been for your help, I wouldn't have been able to come at all. But I did, so thanks. It wasn't perfect, but I think I really opened up tonight. I'll see Lank again. And you, I hope. And in the future, things will be easier. Right?
You certainly will. You put a comforting arm around her shoulders and walk her the rest of the way home. You feel like this night really taught you an important lesson. Not everything is about collecting the largest quantity of friends as is humanly possible. Sometimes strengthening your bond with someone you already know can just as be as rewarding. So screw you, you say, to the concept of good endings and bad endings and narrative railroading. This route makes you feel heckin' valid, and that's fine by you. Okay, I wasn't actually expecting that to go as long as it did.
Yeah, it was a second good ending because it was kind of the, oh, you played this game and you're not of age. Here is a safe ending.
Here is a safe ending about not sex. And not implied like rape and weird shit.
Now we get to Captain Kirk.
Okay, keep it quiet. Let's see where this goes. You keep your mouth shut and wait for Branya to pass. She only shouts a little while longer before the sound of her voice. What? Oh, hey, yeah, there it is. A fucking robot. An actual robot, not a TK robot. Ban. Yay! Okay. She only shouts for a little while longer before the sound of her voice fades away. There are too many blocks in this hive for her to be trying to break down every door into every one, and she didn't look too closely at this one, so you've lost her. When it comes clear that Branya is gone for good, Lank lets his hand fall away from your lips. You feel him smile against your ear.
Where were we?
You turn to Lank's arms and look into his blazing eyes. How can you alien pal without a bucket?
I don't mind doing it without one. Sometimes it can be fun to get a little messy, don't you think?
You're like, weren't you just saying this was your first time? Link answers with another kiss. This time he means business. Yeah, Misu-chan. Whoa. You go all the way with this super slutty alien, and then you slump on the ground, completely wasted. Maybe this all went off kind of off the rails, but you have to admit it would have been a real shame if you got through this entire extraterrestrial adventure and never got to smash even a single alien. What would be the fucking point, honestly? This guy really did a whole number on you. You're lying spread-eagled on the floor as Lank is putting his clothes back on. Man, this is probably your most accomplished friendship to date. You're not quite ready to move just yet, but since you and Lank are such good chums now, you figured now's a good time as any to ask for his chitter. Lank seems surprised to even hear you speak.
Huh? You want to add me on Chitter?
Yeah, you say. Isn't that what friends do?
Oh, sorry, I can't. My palm husk is broken right now.
Link says while typing away furiously on his palm husk. He doesn't even look down at you. You're like, but you're using it right now. Link rolls his eyes.
I thought you would take the obvious hint.
What obvious hint? Link huffs.
Look, I was trying to be nice, but you just weren't that good, babe.
You are a pump and dump.
I don't often ring the same bell twice, but if I were going to consider it, you'd have to show me a better performance than that.
Whoa. Holy shit. That's that, you guess. Your lowest low. Your first time banging an alien, and you couldn't even satisfy him. A little seed of worthlessness takes root inside of you and germinates so explosively that it fills you up until there's basically nothing left. You die of shame instantly.
Just die of shit. Okay, so something of note.
Mm.
That the artist and the writer for that one was the same as for Marvis. Same writer and same character artist. Good though. I mean, it was good for on both accounts.
Why is it that both of them were the ones that like were very, very much so about?
Got a little bit too intimate.
Yeah.
It's probably just what he's good at writing.
Yeah.
Maybe they knew that was his strength, but again, I mean, he really wrote part of that clown one just to fuck with people.
Yeah, I can feel that. You've know what?
Reached your limit, it sounds like.
Yeah, I've kind of reached my limit. I was hoping it would be like last week where we hit all 6 by 1 and then I would be okay with pushing, but now it's 1:30. So
well, it's these last few ones got the really good authors who
went really long in the tooth in a way.
Yeah.
But the way I look at it, you have Conan tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, and then I have Saturday and Sunday with
I mean,
Tribal Hunter.
Here's the thing. I don't if you had time, do you have time tomorrow?
Yes, I have time tomorrow.
I don't mind putting Conan off a little bit to get this finished because I do it twice a week. I do it Monday.
Yeah, I know.
So if you want to, we could finish it off tomorrow.
Yeah, we could just finish it off because it'd be better to finish it off
when
now.
It's fresh.
When we're right there because we just did a little bit longer instead of like waiting a week and then like, oh, here it is, and then you know excitement for a week.
Here's the finale. 10 minutes later, we're done.
Yeah. So if we can do that, I just need to know what time I should be available.
Anytime works.
Because we can do this in like an hour. Because one thing is that, and then you can go back to Conan. So
exactly.
Okay, we'll do that. So tomorrow we'll just have a small mini stream, a gorilla stream, and then Tribal Hunter because no way people are gonna donate $170 in that next hour.
For Bala and Wonderland.
Wonder World. It's Wonder World. You cannot ignore Yuji Naka's vision.
All right, sorry.
The
Ball and
motherfucker
Wonder
who's
World.
the motherfucker's in jail. Or wait, no, sorry, he got indicted.
Sorry, I meant Ball in Wonder World.
Yeah.
Latinx.
Well, there could be other people than Mouse. Let me just look at who is online.
Freezy, you're a big baby. With trash taste.
When did I...
Latinx.
Not Tinks. No.
Gosh, maybe I should just mock Freezy relentlessly.
Maybe. Okay, let me see. What is fucking... Okay, yeah, I understand this. The fucking lion. Okay, Von Leon is doing Rising Zahn, the samurai gunman, and I've heard good things about that game, so I feel like we should. And it gives you an opportunity to rate someone you haven't rated before. I am going to wait. I'm going to hit my button and I'll give you the name, because saying Von Leon is not there.
What's Von Leon playing? So that
Rising Zahn, the samurai gunman. I think it's a PS1
right,
game. Okay. It is a PS1 game where you play as a samurai gunman. I'm like not kidding. It's like a cow. I think it's either a cowboy that does sword stuff or something else.
Seems as good as anything else.
Yeah,
Let me find.
yeah.
We go. Found my page.
Anyways,
Let me hit stop recording and then set up this raid so that I can raid with you.
Mhm.
Come on, please. There we go. Start raid. All right. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. You're every moment I am with my audience and even Xavier's audience, I am filled with joy and sometimes cringe.
anyways,
Go ahead.
nah, I was gonna say my thing of, thank you everybody for coming out tonight, even on Lulu's channel. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Just stay safe. We'll have that small stream. But yeah, let's go raid Vaughn, because like that counter is almost getting down to 10 seconds. Okay.
Hey, work a little harder.
Like, have a good night.